I think I am in the air already. Okay. Well, good morning to you all. It is a pleasure for me to be here in this brother or sister project. What do you call, Christoph? Two projects, Horizon 2020 projects, sister, brothers? Okay. Okay, that has no gender, friends, okay. Of RenOnBill in this session that is very promising with a lot of content. We are going to do our best. Okay. This is me, as you can see. Today we have a long day with two parts. The first one is mostly about the frame or the background of RenOnBill schemes, and the second part is about present and future of RenOnBill schemes. But first, I would like to introduce myself and what I do, because I've been kindly asked to moderate this whole session. As I said, this is a pleasure, but I think it would be good that you know a bit about me and what I do. So I'll try and do it quickly, but before that, this is the way we are going to manage questions. So please take a picture of this if you want, so that you can send your questions. And we are going to manage also the questions from the audience seeing us online. So this would be the way for you to ask questions, and we'll try and answer them here. As I said, I'm working in a friend project. In Spanish, I think I would say a brother project called AUNA, which is a roundtable or a dialogue forum for financing of building renovation. The official name is the Spanish Permanent Multilateral Smart Finance Forum for Smart Buildings. And I belong to Green Building Council España. GBC España belongs itself to a global action network of GBCs, World GBC, with the same aim, which is trying to promote sustainable building in every possible way. Speaking about AUNA, it has an interesting and powerful consortium, and also an advisory board and other associated partners who are in every possible space of renovation financing. The structure is fairly typical for a European project. It is a 2-year project, but basically what it intends is to create one conversation. You can see on the right from the 3 streams we can see separated right now: the building, the energy, and the financing. Right now, the 3 of them have different discourse, which is close but not exactly merged. So we need to make that merge, and the way we do that is obviously a typical way: first analysis, then we define our forum, we carry on the forum, and we reach conclusions. And AUNA is like a sandwich between the long-term renovation strategy of Spain at the bottom and the sustainable energy investment forums at the top. All this is changing, and I think this is going to be an important part of our discussion here. But basically, this is the structure of the project, and it is working well. One of the first things we did was to analyze innovative financing schemes, and of course, one of them was the RenOnBill financing scheme. But we also saw a number of others. That was at the beginning of the project, when we thought innovative financing schemes were going to have a bigger role. But what happened later on changed the situation. But in any case, we have this full analysis as part of our work, and ready to work in some of them. The only one that has moved a little in Spain, I would say, is the eco-bonus, but not quite, as an addition to the tax deductions that are presently in the law. So the forum basically goes from the long-term renovation strategy 2020 to the long-term renovation strategy 2023, which now is not going to happen because that would be the National Renovation Plan for 2025. But at the beginning of the project, this way, we designed the forums this way, with a block on demand, a block on offer. Now we are in the block of value and a final event. So we've done basically one webinar or debate table every month with a lot of insight into that. The webinars are for best practices and the debate tables for discussion with different names, but all of them having to do with the present situation. This is the first webinar of the value. Now we are going to have our sixth webinar on April 21. Basically, what we intend to do is to create our community. So we started with 300 very active members. Now we are close to 500, and in the end, we want to have 900. And the way we do that is through our events. We have an in-depth analysis of our community, and we are mapping that in a way that allows us to know the interactions and the way we want to work with them. This is, we are at the beginning of this, but with this, basically, we intend to have more clear action and reaction with all our members, all the members of our community. In the best practice, now a list of best practices. And among them, we also had RenOnBill, of course. This happened in the... Can you hear me well? No? Okay. This happened in our webinar 4 in November 2020. You can see here Paulo saying some interesting things, and presentation was done by Anna from we also, due to the COVID, we've also had a lot of debate tables online, and this has helped us develop, as all has helped us. Of course, it is preferable to have a roundtable in person. This is a roundtable. Half of what I say, I hope it is the interesting half. And we also have a number of what we baptized UNA connected events. This event is one of these, an UNA connected event. We saw that although at the beginning our plan was to create a forum, what actually was happening was that the forum was on already, and many actors were having activities. So we decided that it would be a good thing to have a connection with all those activities. Right now, at least in Spain, you have 1 or 2 events every week dealing with building renovation. Of course, this is totally different from what we had 3 years ago. Or starting to be in connection with the citizens. Here you can see a renovation I myself did 30 years ago. I dedicated the first 3 decades of my professional life to doing buildings, biochromatic buildings, and the last decade to GBC España. But this is a renovation I did in 1991, and it was very nice to see the people I had done the renovation for telling me, "You changed our life." That was absolutely important part. Telling me this, with this renovation, you changed our lives, and this happened 30 years ago. We are also experiencing other ways of communicating. I do believe that we do communication very poorly, very, very poorly. We are studying with podcasts here, but we have in our minds TV programs and things of that kind, but the fun kind. We have a reliability show in mind. I hope we can do sometime. What happened at the end? Because this is what I want to leave here as at the base for discussion. As I said, we were trying to establish a bridge from the long-term renovation strategy 2020 to the 2023. But in between, we had the COVID, and we also had the next generation EU recovery funds, which in Spain were named the Plan de Recuperación, Transformación y Resiliencia, short-named España Puede, Spain Can. And then in last October, we have a royal decree to manage that at national level, and now we have the regional governments, that is the comunidades autónomas, issuing their calls, and the cities also reacting, and the industry getting prepared. But we created a forum here to discuss innovative financing for building renovation, and now the level of subsidy is very high. So this is changing the situation a lot. I leave this here because I think this is going to be an important part of our discussion. How European projects are designed in a way, and you're supposed to do what you said you were going to do. But in between happen things that force, if you wish, or suggest you do other things. So I think the good management of one of these projects is to actually do both things in the best way. But this is, as I say, what I leave here as the base for the discussion. Once you know a bit what I've been doing and how I feel, maybe, and how I see some things. If you want to communicate with me, this is my email, and I'll be happy to answer to everything you want to tell me. Okay, now we go back to the agenda. This is our first block, and now I'm going to welcome David, and I'm going to read his bio. David is going to give us a general introduction on the RenOnBill and OnBill schemes in general. David founded Creara in 2003 and led its consulting branch called Eclareon until 2015. Since 2003, David has been actively involved in the renewable energy efficiency, and energy retailing markets, leading numerous regulatory, economic, and strategic analysis, including the preparation and review of business plans, market entry strategies, expansion and investment strategies, analysis of the potential of generation technologies, review and design of regulatory frameworks. David, the floor or the lectern is yours. The floor is a bit high because or a bit low.
Thank you very much, Emilio. I think I need my presentation.
I think go on, yeah.
That's it. Okay. Thank you very much, Emilio. Thank you, all of you, for attending this conference. I would like to thank as well, first, the European Commission for funding this project. Second, especially Christoph Milling, because he's been helping us over these 3 years. And also especially Paulo Zombilla, my colleague or ex-colleague, because he was at the center of this project, and let's say the first spark was coming from him. So thank you very much, Paulo. So what I'm going to do is give a little bit of a context and background of when this RenOnBill project starts. A little bit of market numbers. Essentially, what we're living is that the rate of renovations in Europe is going too slow, essentially. A few numbers over there, only 11% of existing buildings are renovated every year, but very rarely they take into account energy renovations. The annual average is 1% of energy renovations, and the renovation rates, and only 0.2% of them include deep renovation, which means energy savings of above 60%. So what essentially the Commission, European Commission did is trying to take action on this, and about 1.5 years ago, they prepared a plan called the Renovation Wave that probably most of you know. The objective of this Renovation Wave is to double the annual energy renovation rates of essentially residential and non-residential buildings, trying to accelerate energy savings coming from buildings. The plan includes, as a result, 35 million building units renovated by 2030. In this plan, the Commission sets 7 areas of intervention, and the second of which is ensuring adequate and well-targeted funding. Over here, the Commission sees that when they consider somehow that when combining renovation services, building renovation services with energy efficiency services, that put together generates an attractive business opportunity for private funding. And then the plan is that private funds, essentially private money, flows into this market because, and precisely the word they use, is this generates an attractive business proposition. So, of course, there are some words as well, some plans for national governments, because they think national governments should put in place mechanisms and instruments to promote and to make this private financing, private funding flow into the market possible. And there is where on-bill schemes are, where on-bill schemes are mentioned as part of the instruments to be used to finance all this new market. Also, the mentioned about utilities and ESCOs essentially is a message to the, or at least I take that as a message to the business community. I mean, the institutions, essentially governments, have to put in place the mechanism, but the business community has to make this a reality, because at the end what we want is a market happening here. Market means people putting, or companies putting money in this, investing, and generating a group of services, of products that generate and that adds value to the community overall. A small explanation about what an on-bill scheme is. Actually, I was not going to put this slide, but somebody told me that it is better that I make like a small introduction of what an on-bill scheme is, because there could be some people, not probably the ones sitting on this room, but maybe some people online who don't know well what is an on-bill scheme. So essentially, an on-bill scheme is a commercial, I would say, or financial mechanism under which utility, which is over here, finances a renovation for a final user. Let's say that the final user receives this energy renovation, which is, for example, changing windows or improving lights or any other energy efficiency measure. The upfront investment is not paid by the family, but it's paid by the utility. The utility typically works with a ESCO or a service provider, whatever it is. This service provider is paid by the utility, and then that investment is repaid monthly on the bill, on the electricity or gas bill the family is paying through this way over here. Then, of course, the utility can build arrangements of several types with a financial institution, a bank, a fund, whatever. This is, let's say, the classic and most, the easiest construction of an on-bill scheme. But of course, there are many other types, and they will be explained during the conference. Of course, the great advantage of this is that the family, the final user, doesn't have to make the upfront investment, which is a big disadvantage, a big problem, of course. 1 minute, sorry. 5 minutes, okay. So that's it. And also, a very interesting feature of these schemes is that the utility knows very well their clients in terms of unpaids or defaults. So they can put together several consumers or a group of several consumers with similar profiles so that they can build and explain or understand well which is the risk of the investment they are making. So this helps, and it's an element of flexibility which is interesting for these schemes to succeed. And this was essentially the environment in which this RenOnBill project was born. The project focused on 4 European countries: Italy, Lithuania, Spain, and Germany. The client or the financer of this project was the European Commission, most precisely CINEA, the agency. We were funded with approximately 1.7 million euros, and the project went on for 3 years. It started in spring 2019 with a kickoff meeting in Madrid in the FENIES offices, and it is about to be completed this month after 3 years of work. In the project, several organizations and companies took part. I grouped them like this. Essentially, we had 3 pilot utilities, 1 from each of the countries, Cauno Energia from Lithuania, Feni Energia from Spain, and Blue Energy from Italy. All of them developed, or at least built a plan to implement an on-bill system, on-bill scheme, and make like a real test in their countries. And we are going to be told about that later on in the conference. This is very interesting. We also were like 3 business consultants with an energy focus or energy specialized, which are Creara from Spain, Adelphi from Germany, and EPTA from Italy. And also from the research side or think tank, we had as well the University of Genoa in Italy, the Lietuvos Institute from Lithuania, and BPIE from Belgium. Over these 3 years, we devoted over 200 person months to the work. We performed many interviews with experts, lots of analysis, internal meetings, workshops. We created 4 platforms or stakeholder platforms, 1 per country, and we made an impressive communication work. Over here you can see some figures. The websites of the project had above 7,000 visitors. About 1,350 downloads happened from the website, 4 scientific articles published, 350 followers on Twitter, presentations held to promote and to communicate the project in 14 events, and 5 newsletters were sent to 1,400 people with an opening rate of 25%, which is pretty good. And the results, essentially, well, just a quick summary, is we, let's say, developed and improved the knowledge about on-bill schemes in Europe, because these schemes are relatively common and popular in the US and Canada, but not in Europe. And so we learned a lot about what is going on over there and how they could be implemented in Europe. Over here, a small summary. we made an analysis about the building renovation market and how, and the replicability potential for on-build schemes. Also, we tried to put in place with real and real-life examples on-build schemes for 3 utilities, as I said, and that told us about the details on what should be done and what shouldn't be done when putting in place an on-build scheme. And also, of course, we generated several policy recommendations. All this has been collected in several reports that are available for you on the website, of course. And last, very relevant, we built a tool which we call the Energy Renovation Valuation Tool, which is online, available for all of you. If you want to download it, use it, it's open source, so it's for free. If you have questions, you can let us know as well. And this tool, what it does is essentially analyzing an on-bill investment from the technical and economic point of view, and understanding how the investment would look like. A very interesting, very useful tool for a utility or a financial institution when analyzing an on-bill scheme. And there was a picture over here that you can see, unfortunately. But anyway, the project was awarded with a prize. We were awarded with the Citizens Award of the Sustainable Energy Week 2021. And there is a small icon over there you can see. Because, well, this boosted our popularity in the social media. Oh, that's it. Tom Hanks putting heads together. And that's it. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to hear what the speakers have to say. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, David. Yes. That part I wanted to say in Spanish. I'm glad I recovered my identity. It was here. We go on with our session after this excellent presentation from David, where we have seen that the project has been really successful. Congratulations. It has created a change in mind and also instruments that can be very useful, as we are going to be seeing. But we go on with this framing of the on-bill financing with the intervention of Thibault Roy. Thibault Roy is a policy officer in the Directorate General for Energy of the European Commission in the unit dealing with policies for the energy efficiency of buildings and products. He previously served as a case handler on state aid files in the Directorate General for Competition of the Commission and also worked on an environmental services company. Thibault has an academic background in economics and finance and EU policy making. Thibault?
Thank you. Sorry for the slides. Yes. This one, okay. Well, thank you very much and good morning to everyone. Thank you to the organizers of this very relevant event on bill schemes, and thank you also for inviting the Commission through DG Energy, but also through CINEA. Let me quickly set the scene as regards our policy work at the Commission on buildings. And so on the outline of my presentation, I will really quickly start with the objectives of the Commission for 2030 and 2050. Very quickly on that also because David very clearly explained them. Then I will move on to barriers to renovation. Again, quickly on that because you're well aware, I'm sure, of those barriers. I will then present some key features of the Commission EPBD proposal and its complementarities with other proposals of the Commission, in particular from the Fit for 55 package. And I will conclude with what we could call the crux of the matter, financing, and including on the potential of RenOnBill schemes. Now, at EU level, to meet our 2030 objective of reducing our GHG emissions by 55%, we only have 8 years left. And we also know that buildings account for 40% of energy consumed in the EU and around 1/3 of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. So without the full contributions from the EU, we won't meet our targets. And for buildings specifically, we have set ourselves target of reducing GHG emissions from the heating and cooling sector by 60% by 2030, and reducing the building's final energy consumption by 14%. But obviously, 2030 is not the end of the story. So we are walking, let's say, on 2 legs, and the second leg being the 2050 objective, where we want to reach a net zero emissions, including for buildings. Also knowing that 2050 sounds far apart, but it's actually less than 30 years away. Now, moving on to the barriers to reach those objectives, starting obviously with the economic barriers. There we're talking mainly about high upfront costs of renovation, even if those investments usually pay off. Then we also have the information and behavioral barriers, lack of accessible and comparable information, but also the hassle or the perceived sometimes hassle of renovations, or the aversion to in-depthness, which are also very relevant for RenOnBill schemes. The administrative barriers also, mainly the lengthy administrative processes and the permitting procedures. Technical barriers, there I would, let's say, want to mention the lack of skills, so the need to upskill and reskill workers. And finally, the organizational barriers. For example, talking about collective ownership of condominiums, which lead to very difficult ways to decide, find a decision on when and how to renovate a building. So to address those barriers, let me focus on 3 instruments of our proposal from December. You know that it's now being examined by the Council on one side and the Parliament on the other side, and then they will reach a position on each of the 2 sides, and then hopefully quickly find a common position to have a proposal adopted in maybe a year and a half, transposed into national law to be applicable from around 2024, 2025. I want to start with the minimum energy performance standards. The goal being to really phase out the worst performing buildings, which are also those where usually the energy vulnerable citizens also live. And to do that, we know that there's also a financing gap. In the Renovation Wave, we identified a gap of around 275 billion euros annually to reach our 2030 targets. And a lot of it will have to go to those worst performing buildings. So those with an energy performance class G or F. And we also believe that it's absolutely necessary to have these regulatory, let's say, instruments, so that from 2027 for public and non-residential buildings, and from 2030 for other buildings, mainly residential buildings, and from the private sector, those buildings are lifted out of EPC G, and then from 2030 and 2033, lifted out of EPC F. We do that because we identified that around 3/4 of the buildings have a poor energy performance. So it's absolutely essential to address those. But it's also essential to ask member states to go further. And for this reason, we also have wording on national minimum energy performance standards in the proposal. Renovating buildings is not the only instrument. And we also want to target new buildings, in particular, with the new concept of zero emission buildings, so ZEBs. The difference with the current benchmark of NZEBs, nearly zero energy buildings, is essentially that by 2030, those new buildings will have to comply with the ceilings, the maximum thresholds that we set in an annex proposal per climatic zone and per type of building as regards energy consumption. So that's the first difference. Second difference is that the remaining energy consumption will have to be fully covered by, with on-site renewables or renewable energy communities or in combination with sustainable district heating. And what that means concretely is that there should be zero operational greenhouse gas emissions from the ZEB buildings. Also, quickly to brush through the other concepts, that we link deep renovation with attaining a ZEB standards. Now, we also believe that providing sufficient and accurate information is key. And for this reason, we have also proposed to scale the EPCs, the energy performance certificates. They will be more harmonized, meaning that in all member states, EPC A will mean a building that reaches the ZEB criteria, and EPC G will mean the 15 worst performing buildings in the member states. In the member state, why? Because we believe it's also important to take account of the differences in climatic conditions and historic developments in the different member states. And also on EPCs, they will have to comply with a common template with more compulsory and optional indicators, for example, on greenhouse gas emissions from the building. Finally, on EPCs, we have included in the EPBD proposal a new article on databases. There will have to be a database, and the information from this national database, which will have to be based on the EPCs and other instruments, will then have to be transferred to the EU database, which we call the Building Stock Observatory. Now, obviously, the EPBD proposal doesn't come in a vacuum. You've all heard of the Fit for 55 and of the plethora of proposals there. We believe they are all necessary and they have complementarities. To give two examples, with, first of all, the Energy Efficiency Directive, the EED, it seeks specifically to introduce a higher target for reducing primary energy by 39% by 2030, and final energy consumption by 36%, also by 2030. And it also has provisions on the exemplary role of public buildings, which will have to be renovated at a rate of 3% annually. And therefore, it really has synergies with the EPBD proposal, which will require public buildings to be lifted out of EPC G by 2027 and EPC F by 2030, so the MEPS proposal. A second example is the complementarities with the new ETS, which, as you know, is also being examined. There are lots of questions at the Parliament and Council on the ETS as extended to buildings and transports. And what I can say on the new ETS is that we believe it's fundamental to have such a mechanism which really foster the decarbonization of heating and cooling. But at the same time, to have, in particular through the EPBD proposal, other mechanisms, regulatory mechanisms, which address the other barriers to renovation. Those are just but two illustrations. I could go on forever almost with the Renewable Energy Directive proposal, with the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation as well on e-mobility, etc., etc. But time is scarce, as is financing. So what we want to do also on financing is really to find ways to reach the 275 billion euros annually that are needed on top of what's of the current baseline to reach our GHG emissions by 2030. And to do that, knowing that public money cannot do it all, we obviously have strengthened provisions on that, in particular through the Recovery and Resilience Facility, Recovery and Resilience plans that also David mentioned. But what we want to do is really for this public money to bring a leverage effect, to bring about private financing going to building renovation. And what we are aiming to do with the EED and EPBD proposal in particular is precisely to provide a legal basis for that. If you look at Article 28 of the EED, for example, or Article 15 of the EPBD, you find it clear. And what we also want to really make clear is that this public money and private money being also incentivized by those mechanisms should be as much as possible targeted towards deep renovations. So renovations that lead to a zero emission building, but also more generally renovations that lead to at least 30% energy savings in line with the EU taxonomy. And in that regard, well, on-bill schemes, in our view, tick a lot of boxes. We have seen through EU-sponsored initiatives like RenOnBill that those schemes can be particularly successful to stimulate homeowners to renovate while limiting the administrative burden and improving access to finance. They have proven successful, it's true, mostly in non-EU countries. Now we are starting to see them being rolled out in the EU. But we believe that it's really time now to further address those barriers, in particular national or maybe even maybe EU not sufficiently clear regulatory framework that sometimes maybe hinder the rollout of on-bill schemes. And that's also the reason why, if you look at the EED proposal, in the Article 28 in particular, we make it clear on paper that member states shall adopt measures to facilitate the implementation of on-bill and on-tax financing schemes. And those schemes are also mentioned again in Article 15 of the EPBD proposal. We also expect stakeholders to engage with national authorities in that regard. And with that, I will stop. Thank you for listening. And I hand over now, I believe, to Christophe to further expand on the importance of integrated home renovation services. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Thibault. You've made clear that at least there are three clear lines to follow, but also you've spoken about very many barriers, so there's a big game to play. Now we have with us Christophe Melin, project advisor of the CNEA. Christophe Melin works at the European Commission's Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, CNEA, on actions to support local public authorities and trigger energy efficiency investments supported by the Horizon 2020 and LIFE Clean Energy Transition programs. Together with his colleague Adrien Boulier, they published towards large-scale rollout of integrated home renovation services in Europe at the ECEE Summer Study 2021. Paper indeed good, Christophe. I'm using it a lot. I think it says a lot, and I know everybody is thrilled to know it. Those who don't know it yet, Christophe.
Gracias. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's a little special for me. I think it's the first conference I attended physically for over 2 years. And it's strange because it was in the same building. It was the Energy Efficiency Finance Marketplace that we organized in March 2020. So it's maybe the end of a cycle. But in any case, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to get out of the internet. The previous speakers really emphasize on our objective. What I just wanted to say is that having in mind our very ambitious objective by 2050 of climate neutrality, we shouldn't forget our shorter term objective. The IPCC report came out this week. We have, the humanity have 3 years to invert the curve of greenhouse gases emission, and at European level we only have 8 years to reduce by half our greenhouse gases emission. So it's extremely ambitious. For the housing sector, it means at least doubling the renovation wave, renovation rate, and increasing substantially the level of ambition. And to do that, we clearly have to deal with the human factor behind home renovation. In the very vast majority of cases, and even in the rental sector, the buildings belong to non-professional individuals. And by non-professional, I mean people like you and me that are not specialized in energy efficiency and not even in housing management. And these are the people you need to convince or constrain. We have with Thibaut a presentation of the different policy options that we put forward to push demand for home renovation, either by incentivizing this demand through information, through channeling of subsidies to improve the profitability of such investments. The constraint is also considered by introducing minimum requirements when selling or renting a home, for instance. But either way, either you incentivize or you constrain, you need to facilitate this refurbishment. So that means providing also solutions for people to deal with all the complexity of it, and especially if you want to go towards deep refurbishment. It's not reasonable to expect that households will build capacity on energy efficiency. That will not happen. Even for the ones that are very interested in energy, they may do 1 or maybe 2 energy renovation in their life, and it's not reasonable to expect them to become fully skilled, especially if we're going for deep renovation, which is a complex matter. There is no lack of market participants at the moment on the market. On the construction market, there are many actors already involved and already skilled, but the problem is their absence of coordination and the lack of incentive or divergent interest to coordinate. So the main issue would be to do this coordination of market actors. We defined in the paper that Emilio mentioned that I wrote last year with Adrien Boulier, we defined a few generic steps on what we call the customer journey. So the different steps you have to go through if you want to conduct home energy renovation in your home, and a number of type of categories of factors in front of these different steps, trying to qualify to which extent these elements belongs or not to their core activity. So it looks very nice like this. The actual experience from homeowners rather look like this. It's a very windy journey to go through and very complicated to navigate throughout all the type of advice and support and with the construction company and receiving works and so on. It's really, really complicated and a discouragement for many to actually even enter into it. So the point we want to develop with integrated home renovation services is to start from the customer point of view and the experience of a homeowner trying to renovate his home. Try to propose a packaged offer, coordinating, combining, integrating the best way possible what already exists in the market and trying to make this offer converge toward a full and consistent package to homeowners, taking on the tasks for which homeowners are not well equipped and will not get equipped. And it's particularly important if we want to move towards low energy renovation. So maybe for just changing the windows or the boiler, all this complexity is not needed. But really, and we need to go towards low energy renovation. In that case, really you need to provide not only information, but really support to homeowners. In the paper, I will probably not get into all the details of the paper, but the Me on the internet has already a number of presentations online in details of this. So I can refer, or we can send a reference to larger, longer presentation of this. But basically what we saw in this approach of integrated home renovation services, we define a framework, an analytical framework to differentiate the different approaches, and we distinguish between three main models, let's say. An advisory model, which is focused mainly on the upstream part of the journey, so providing mainly information and generic advice. A support model going more into detail, and an implementation model where you actually deliver not only advices or support, but actual implementation of work. What I want to say already is that this distinction is very easy to make when you speak in very broad terms. Once you get into the details, the distinction between the different models is much less clear. So on the first model, the advice model, as I said, we focus on the upstream part of the survey, of the customer journey, providing generic information. What is important here is that you not only try to convince homeowners to invest in energy retrofits, but also you disseminate new social norms, so you make it also more acceptable to go into this direction. You provide light support in many ways. The diagnosis is obviously simplified, and also the way to deal with the different contractors is not the main feature of this model, but it can still give you a good information and take a go or no-go decision in your house. But going one step beyond and maybe going out beyond the comfort zone of most public actors, you could provide a support model which is more or less an extended architect mandate. So you cover much more parts of the customer journey, and you even take on the task for which homeowners have the less skill, or at least the most stressful part, meaning the relationship with the different contractors' companies. So you can actually give an opinion on the different offers that exist on the market. You can collect quotes, negotiate even with company. You can also provide solutions to actually ensure worksite supervision and make sure that the work is properly done. You can even provide quality assurance and follow-up after the renovation is made. So there is clearly a tipping point between the previous model where you're mostly providing advice and this model where you provide support, meaning that you actually enter into market activity. So you're no longer neutral. You take a stand on the actual offer and you engagement more into market activities. That means also you incurred professional liability for the information or the support you're giving, as an architect would do. And the tipping point may be materialized, for instance, by signing a service contract with the provider or integrated home renovation services, or by paying for the services that is provided. The line between the two is easy to explain in very broad terms, but getting more into detail, it's much blurry. And what is important also to know is that it is this interpretation is, this line is open to interpretation. It's not for you to decide whether or not you're liable on the support that you are providing. It can be discussed, and in case of litigation, it is for a judge to decide whether or not you're liable. Going even one step further, you can enter into the implementation model, where you no longer only provide intellectual work and support to homeowner, but actually also renovation work. And so it's kind of a turnkey contract where you design and implement the action. In that case, you're likely to select already the professional and impose the choice on homeowner. What is interesting in this approach is that the profit you make on the work, that the refurbishment work that is being done, can slightly compensate the cost for the design phase. Then maybe you're able to provide cheaper advices. What is important to see, this positioning is perfectly legitimate, but it's important to see that there is a vested interest in the type of support you're providing to a homeowner, because you're interested also in their decision to invest and the type of work they will be doing. So you have to be aware of that. We have several examples supported by Horizon 2020, and we will have more examples soon supported by the Life Clean Energy Transition program. So here I mentioned a few ones, and I will not enter into the details here, but I will give reference of the website if we want to dig into these different experiences of integrated home renovation services. Because I want to discuss with you on financing, we see it rather as an option or substantial option on top of the three models that I've just presented, rather than a fourth model. That means that it should be one element in the package of services that you provide to homeowners, and the financing offers alone will not do much. You need also to provide solutions. You need to help homeowners work with contractors to understand their project, to design it properly, and so on. The financing itself is important, but it's not the sole solution, so it's rather an option to put on top of the previous model. It makes more sense, I would say, on top of support and implementation model. What is also important to understand is that providing financing is a regulated activity. You cannot just decide that you will do the bank. You need a proper legal framework to be able to propose a loan offer. So you need also to work on the condition, and it's not necessarily something that is easy and straightforward, but there are many other things you could consider also related to financing. You don't necessarily have to propose a loan offer. You can also already support homeowners in accessing the public grant, so helping with the information and also helping them structure their request for accessing such grants. You can even go one step beyond and pre-finance these public grants. So, and it's possible even with the current legal framework to provide short-term loan at 0% interest to pre-finance the public grants that will be received afterwards. And you can also work with a financial institution, with a bank, to facilitate the due diligence of the bank and facilitate access to a retail bank financing offer. There are other type of financing options you could consider. I wanted to finish with the home-based financing, with the main idea to attach the debt to the property and not to its owner. There are different ways to attach the debt to the property. You can use the property registry, so work with notary. And this is, for instance, the avenue took by the Europace project in their pilot site in Olot. So they're working with the property registry, inscribing a liability on the property that can be passed to the next owner. You can also go through the local tax system, working with public authorities. This requires a proper legal framework that doesn't exist everywhere, but exists, for instance, in the Netherlands. There is a tax scheme called Better Man tax, I think, that allows to recollect, to invest and recollect through local taxes. And you can, the third avenue would be to go through the energy bill with the good example of RenOnBill that will be detailed today. The main idea with this is that by opening the possibility to pass the debt to the next owner, you may overcome the aversion for long-term commitment by many stakeholders. For instance, if you target younger households that are living in a place where they don't think they would be living in 5 or 10 years because it's too small or whatever, they may not want to invest in this house because it's not their long-term view on the house. If they know they have the possibility to pass this debt to the next owner, maybe they also could consider investing. Or for the eldest people that do no longer have access to loan because banks will not lend to eldest people, even if they have the financial capacity to invest, you could also overcome this difficulty by attaching the debt to the property itself. The other, let's say, main feature and interest of this kind of home-based finance is the possibilities of recollection in case of non-payment, for instance, what kind of recollection mechanisms you can put in place. I will not detail the RenOnBill project because it will be done much better than what I could do by the project participants themselves, but I think it's particularly interesting and also it's interesting in the way they combined analysis and intellectual work with practical implementation at pilot sites. So I think there is much to learn also from that. Very well supported initiative with the participation of energy utility, which was, I think, also very relevant, and we'll see how it turned out. And we see there a large potential for upscale and replication. I will just conclude by very briefly mentioning that we think integrated home renovation services are a key element in the package of solutions to refurbish the housing sector. We do provide support under the Life Clean Energy Transition Program. We've selected just recently new projects for this year, and there will be more probably coming next year. So we will still continue to provide support. We try also to construct some kind of community of practitioners that could maybe share their thoughts and gain collective knowledge around these type of schemes. We see, and I didn't mention, but there is clearly also an issue and a need to build capacities of local actors to develop such schemes. I hope that the paper, for instance, that I wrote last year with Adrien could help improve the understanding of such approach. All these initiatives also could give you food for thought for developing your own approach. And this is an ongoing discussion, so I will be happy to continue this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. To conclude the presentations of this first part, we have with us Guillaume Joly from the European Consumer Association. Guillaume was trained as a public policy designer and worked as a civil servant for French local authorities for 15 years. Specialized in energy efficiency and residential retrofit, he took part in the implementation and scaling up of programs on energy poverty alleviation and the structuration of energy advice services to citizens. His work as a technical assistant in the energy team of C40, the worldwide network of global cities, allowed him to work with front-runner cities from all continents. Working now for BEUC, the European Consumers Organization, He mobilizes his expertise to best benefit the end beneficiaries of the public policies and programs, the consumers who undertake retrofit works for the homes. Yom, thank you very much. With his presentation, Keynes to implement consumer-friendly OBS in the EU.
Thanks. So I guess I just have to press on this. Well, I would like to thank everyone for the opportunity to give some feedback as an observer in here, because BEUC is the European Consumer Organization, so we took part to some of the discussion going on bill schemes. I'm just gonna do this to be clearly heard. So here, when I talk about keys, here please the key barriers and potential solutions we see for the scaling up of on-bill schemes. Perhaps just starting with a quick presentation of BEUC. So BEUC is composed of national members which are consumers' defense organizations, so working on energy retrofit and taking more and more a holistic approach, an out-of-silos approach on the technical and financial aspects, and working together to have the best exchange of practices concerning consumer protection. Because we have this ongoing revision of the directives with the Fit for 55 package, which is an opportunity for us to structure our positions on the energy retrofit. So here again, just observations and food for thoughts. We are at BEUC supportive of the introduction of innovative financial instruments, but then that means we need innovative protection of consumers. And we are also supportive of the different policies and programs to address the private rented sector, because we are concerned that it might stay an orphan sector of the housing stock. And here you need to address the split incentives. So we know it's complicated. It's the split incentive between tenants and landlords. But if we can make it there, we can make it anywhere. Meaning, like, if we set the bar to that level, we can address most kind of consumers. So quickly on the split incentives, in the public rented sector, we see tenants and landlords as consumers. So we want both of them to be supported and to see their needs tackled. The main pitfall, of course, is the upfront cost, the bringing up the capital upfront. So tenants would not invest if they are not secured that the rent would be freeze, for example, even if it would benefit from direct improvement in terms of comfort and energy savings. And landlords would see, if they would see the value of their property increase, but then none of them would be reassured of a quick return on investment, so the regulations as well need to evolve. And you also need an impartial assessment of the situation by an impartial third party, be it at the technical or the financial level. Here, quickly, the main positive aspects and drawbacks we see on bill schemes for consumers, knowing that they mostly were implemented in the US and Canada. So first positive point we see is that it's linked, the scheme itself is linked to the energy meter, or the water meter, actually, could be as well. So it's not linked to the individual, and that's a de-risking position for the consumer. Also, it embarks energy efficiency measures, so not only deep retrofit, but also, for example, in the US, reverization, which is the first range of energy efficiency measures with the best return on investment possible, so a secure pathway for the consumers. And finally, the repayments are folded into the monthly energy bills, which means one bill less, not to pay, but at least to deal with. So it lowers the administrative burden for consumers. Drawbacks, I try to be balanced here, so I just listed 3. The repayments should be capped. They should not exceed the savings, the financial savings, meaning. So we are calling for a golden rule here, so that it's balanced, or the increase in comfort is clear and it's loud and clear. Another drawback are the high interest rates. If you want people to buy energy retrofit, you have to keep the cost in control. And the third drawback we see is the deconnection as a collateral. This is definitely something our members, consumer organization at the national level, highlighted as a no-go. So how could we protect consumers? I'm going to skip this one because I think we are a bit off schedule. So here I will just present the different barriers actually listed by the RenOnBill project and suggest really as food for thoughts some solutions. So first barrier we see in the consumer's perspective is the lack of trust. This is the make or break measures that can create trust between stakeholders, is the implementation of one-stop shops. This will enable the creation, the return sometimes of trust, potentially also between tenants and landlords, also due to this third-party assessment, impartial assessment. Again, both at the technical and financial levels, it's who should pay what, at what time, and how. You definitely need a pathway for both tenants and landlords. So here, to tackle this challenge of trust, solution suggested are one-stop shops. Second barrier we see are unfit regulatory frameworks for the private rented sector. They are both at the level of the housing and energy. So here, for housing, the regulatory frameworks are not fit for purpose, actually, regarding the property and tenancy laws, because they don't factor in the energy efficiency of buildings. And also, most tenancy laws state that only the landlords can invest. So the opportunity is not open to have a third party investing. And this is true in most EU countries. And on the energy side, regarding the billing, the financing and regulation of the local partnerships, not much is ready yet for on-bill schemes. So to tackle this barrier, what we are calling for at BEUC are the evolution of the regulatory frameworks. They are somehow mentioned in the current proposal of the ED and EPBD, but we do advocate for a clear spelling out of how those regulatory frameworks need to be tackled via technical assistance. And this should be clearly stated in the directives. And third barrier are too high interest rates. That would be a deterrent to see a cost for those financial offers as high as consumer loans, because it's definitely too high for people to buy it. So one of the solutions we see are the green bond issuance. Because what we observe on the market is that for each green project willing to be financed via green bond issuance, you have 10 euros. For €1 of project, you have 10 euros from investors willing to get invested in those projects. So you have a gap of 1 to 10. And the advantage of green bond issuance is the aggregation, both of the number of works, so that is enabled via the energy utilities, but also the aggregation of depths. The more you aggregate depths, the more you lower the interest rates. So that's a double win. So here, to tackle the third barrier on interest rates, the solutions, potential solution, it's food for thoughts. The solution we would foresee are the definition of those green projects, leaning on bill schemes to facilitate the green bond issuance. And here the stakeholders we foresee are the utilities, the third parties investors, but also the local authorities. regarding the securities for the green bond issuance or the issuance itself. The fourth barrier is the lack of local authorities' engagement. Because local authorities most of the time do mention their willingness to get involved, but most of the time don't fully go straight to the point of what would be needed. So here, and it was mentioned earlier, the role we see for local authorities is the implementation of de-risking tools like loan loss reserves and guarantee funds. Also on the issuance of green bonds, either directly or on the facilitation and securitization of those green bonds. Then the role of local authorities would be on the support and subsidization of the impartial third-party workforce within the one-stop shops. Again, to ensure impartiality of the assessments. Actually, here you could also see some good examples of local authorities working with workforce, volunteer workforce, because it goes further into the question of trust as well. And another role would be to see local authorities pushing national policymakers to address the regulatory barriers and organize technical assistance for them to benefit from it. So solution 4 is the engagement of local authorities, and those 4 steps, if they find a solution, can lead to the ban of disconnection. We understand those capital lenders need a collateral, but then what could step in are the housing benefits that could play as the role of a collateral, because it's a secured financial input. And just to show, but I'm not going to go into too much detail because my time is up, that we call for all those changes which are up in the air, but all those changes to happen in a synchronized and coordinated manner. And we see the RenOnBill schemes not as one part of it, but as the cornerstone, actually, which would pave the way to the different tools. And thanks.
Thanks very much, Guillaume. Problems with solutions always feel better. Now we are going to continue with the discussion panel, or the panel discussion. Do we have Isidoro Tapia online? Is he connected? Okay, I've already introduced 3 of them. The 4 missing Isidoro. Isidoro Tapia is a senior economist in the Energy Efficiency Division of the European Investment Bank. He holds a dual degree in law and economics from Carlos III University of Madrid and an MBA from Wharton Business School of Pennsylvania. Before joining the European Investment Bank, he worked as a member of the cabinet of the Secretary for Energy in the Spanish government and was Secretary General of IDAE, the Spanish National Agency for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Isidoro, buenos días. Can you hear me?
Yes, buenos días. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for the kind introduction, Miguel.
Thank you for being here with us, although online, but it's good to have you. We're going to start the panel discussion. I think I have some questions here, but first I think I'm going to frame a bit what we've heard. It is clear that there is a very important regulatory gap for this solution. It is also clear that this is but one of the possible solutions. And it is crystal clear that for this to progress, we do need alliances, because in the definition of the integrated home renovation services, there is a need for people doing things together in order for this to progress. So I think we have a complicated framework here. Sorry, I'm realizing now that, okay, sorry. I didn't introduce Paolo, apologies. Because
know him too well.
I don't know where I have my head, sorry.
Don't worry.
Paolo Michele Sonviglia is Senior Associate, Green Finance Program at Adelphi. In the past, he collaborated with several organizations where he led the consulting department and focused on research and innovation activities. He has conducted market and policy framework analysis, authored several research studies, developed financial valuation tools, assessed economic returns of sustainable energy investment, prepared project proposals like the RenOnBill, for instance, and led activities in several European research and innovation initiatives. Among his past assignments, Paolo was the project coordinator of RenOnBill. My apologies. We also were supposed to have with us Mariangela Fabri from BPIE, and she cannot be with us because she's sick today. And we also had other persons who are not going to be with us, also from BPIE, Jessica Glicker. Well, this is partially why you're seeing an all-man event. Apologies for that, but we cannot do much against health problems. Okay, so down to the question. I wanted to ask Christophe to start with. I mean, it is clear that RenOnBill could be extremely powerful because it involves the utilities, and the utilities has an enormous weight. Can anything be done from the regulatory source to make that more powerful? For instance, we have a problem now with the utilities of transparency. It would be very good with the big utilities. It would be very good to know the data they have in order for us to evolve better. Could we do anything in that sense?
Yeah, I mean, we could be doing many things. The key point, and I think it was also highlighted by the presentation from Guillaume, is the question of trust and confidence in the services that are provided. To some extent, there is such trust, or there was at least towards energy utility for a long time. So their capacity to actually leverage on their existing customer relationship and introduce some recommendation on how to save energy and perform energy savings. I think this is very interesting and could be leveraged more. This being said, this trust is not always completely, I mean, not total, so there are many maybe possibly ways to improve even more this trust and make homeowners confident enough to engage in this kind of schemes, which implies also a long-term commitment and a short or medium to long-term debt attached to their action. And as you said, maybe the availability of data or better understanding of what is made with the data is important. There was a notion discussed at some point, I don't know where this discussion is at the moment, on private data of general interest. So the possibility maybe to make even private data at aggregated level public to better understand what is being done. And I think one key point that was highlighted in Guillaume's presentation is on the recollection mechanism, because all of these schemes is based on the idea that the debt is more secured because there is a possibility, if the debt is not repaid, to disconnect the energy. I think it's a big concern actually, and I'm not so sure that it is a feasible avenue, and this should be discussed and better considered. I think this key element alone should be discussed and tackled, so to create this trust and make sure that an investment can be made.
Thank you, Christophe. I would like to address a question now to Isidoro. Isidoro, from the European Investment Bank, we are hearing that there is a lot of money pouring down somehow, and in the end the problem is a lack of coordination and probably structures to make that work well. What can you tell us about how a structured like on-bill schemes could make that work better? Any ideas?
Sure. Sure. Let me start by saying something about the current context, the current situation. I mean, we have been discussing about energy efficiency potential for quite a long time now, but now we can say that there is no better timing. So it's not only about decarbonization, of course, it's also about diversification and energy security. So the residential sector is actually the largest gas consumer in the European Union, above the industrial sector, above the power generation sector. So if we are thinking about how to diversify from Russian gas, from our energy suppliers, it's definitely one of the sectors that we need to tackle. It's not an easy sector, let's me put it that way. There is some technical complexity in some of the projects, but probably one of the most important complications is how to aggregate small projects into larger schemes that justify the intervention of large financial institutions. And this is one of the key aspects. So far, if you look at the long-term renovation strategies presented by several member states, there is one point in common in all of them. Energy efficiency renovations are not happening at the needed pace, but they are happening. The real problem is when and where they are happening. In most cases, they are happening through the equity contribution of the homeowners. So there is a very limited availability of third-party financing to these renovations. And this could totally transform the overall landscape, going from renovation fully financed by the equity contribution to the homeowners to a renovation that can be financed through a loan with a tenor of 15 or 20 years, could totally transform the economics of these investments, especially since in many cases they have a very long payback period. And this is one of the angles of the directions in which at the EIB we are working, trying to work with other financial institutions to integrate home renovations offers into their product range is one of our main activities. We believe that with the taxonomy, with the EU taxonomy, there is a big opportunity to increase the third-party financing to home renovations. And actually, we're very proud to say that first we have increased the amount of EIB lending to building renovation increased very significantly over the last few years. Now energy efficiency in buildings is one of the main contributors of EIB lending to climate action activities, but also we are shifting our focus from new construction to home renovation. And just to give you some numbers, in 2019 and 2018, the amount of EIB financing was the split between renovation and new construction was basically 35% to renovation, 65% to new construction. And last year, 2021, we were able to completely shift these numbers, and we lent around 70% to renovation with an overall amount of 2.3 billion, which is a very significant amount. So there is, of course, a long way to go, and further efforts are needed. Aggregation is one of the main topics, and also through the aggregation and through products as the one we're discussing today, trying to attract financial institutions into this business, into this industry, into this sector, one of the key points.
Well, indeed, the building sector is something totally different from what it was 10 years ago and from what it was 3 years ago. And we are seeing that change a lot. We hear very often discussions on how dysfunctional it is to actually become a real energy and environmental subject, because in the past it has been anything but that. I would like to ask now Paolo about his experience with this project, because when you prepared the proposal, and that was 3.5 years ago or whatever, the situation was different. We all have the feeling that we have to push, and now we have the feeling that maybe we should better coordinating because things are happening. And what is your impression? And from that point of view, what things are easier now, and what has become more complicated? If you can tell us something about that.
Yeah, thank you, Emilio. Yeah, in fact, the landscape has changed quite significantly since we started thinking about this project almost 4 years ago. But I think the evolving landscape represents also some opportunities, because, for instance, we have seen we were looking at a model which originated in the North American market with a quite different energy sector structure, with a quite different residential buildings architecture and types of buildings. And now we see a lot of financing available from some national and European funds in some countries. A striking example is the eco bonus or super bonus in Italy, where up to 110% of the renovation costs can be covered. And on the other hand, an issue that we were seeing at the beginning was low energy prices not motivating energy renovations. Now we don't have that issue anymore. Well, we have the other one, which constitutes another incentive to further invest. And I think what we have learned from studying the on-bill models in how they are developed in the North American market, and trying to understand how they could be implemented in Europe, considering the much different energy sector, is that we can build on these schemes available, and then on-bill services can provide for the amount of financing that is not covered by public funding, and build on it so that also payback time can be shortened, or the amount to be repaid in the bill can be more manageable, taking into account the golden rule and the savings. And I think, as we will learn after from the utilities who work with us, there is an opportunity to trial this and to make it work now. And coming back to what was said before by Thibault, I was very glad to hear that in the revision of the Energy Performance of Building Directive, it is required
for member states to facilitate on-bill schemes and PACE schemes. And I think in our work in the project, we have highlighted, first of all, a lot of possible different business models can be applied and that can be customized to the national context. And also we have highlighted that one of the issues is to enable the utility to provide the financing for this kind of renovations that, according to existing EU directives, should be allowed, not considering this a credit activity, but consider it a non-credit activities, and it is allowed for non-credit entities to provide financing for home renovation over the 75,000 euros mark, but this has to be implemented evenly on national level. And then the other thing, which is a practical thing to do to facilitate, is to make sure that these on-bill arrangements are transferable. Also, Christophe talked about home-based financing. Of course, once a contract is set up between a retailer and a homeowner, we know that in Europe it's possible to change a retailer quite easily, but these arrangements may last several years, and we have identified a possible way to make this transferability by creating, through regulatory work, tariffs that can be used to convey the on-bill repayment also when the user decides to later change the retailer. And in each utility bill, we have different kinds of tariffs which are used to make sure the distribution network is kept operating, to provide for the payments to renewable energy generators. So if we can create a new tariff that can be used to take the on-bill repayments and convey them to the utility or to the financial institution that originally financed the investment, this will provide for great flexibility and will provide to make on-bill schemes working also in a very complex, deregulated energy sector that we have in Europe. So I think we have discussed this kind of solutions, and I think they can be I hope they can be taken forward in the policy discussions over the next years.
Thank you, Paulo. Guillaume, a question to you. We've heard an interesting sentence that most of the building sector is managed by non-professionals. Actually, you were speaking about the professionals who were managing that because they more or less professionalized because they are owners, but among them there are very small owners and so on. This financial vehicle may seem more adequate than others actually for the case you were describing because it's, it goes directly without and the idea of the split incentives is softer in a sense, I should say.
Well, regarding the sector I wanted to address today, the private rented sector, what we also have in mind is that most of it is also in the multi-unit housing stock. So this multi-unit building housing stock might not need as deep a retrofit as would single-family houses, because to become sufficiently efficient, to become like heat pump ready, for example, multi-unit buildings might not need as much investment in the envelope retrofit as single-family houses, meaning the investment is also lower, and which makes it even more relevant to have such a financial vehicle as on-bill schemes. Because one of our concerns for this solution of on-bill schemes is the debt. Who should bear the debt? And the more you go to deep retrofit, the higher the debt. So we see on-bill schemes as a solution for primarily medium range retrofit, and also for the case when you have like a cap on the public grants most of the time public grants won't cover 100% of the investment needed. So the unbilled schemes can be a good bridging vehicle for, let's say, give an example, for the 20 remaining percent to be funded. So we see unbilled schemes as a versatile financial vehicle for both low income in the private rented sector and for middle class as well.
Thank you very much. I don't know about timing, Roberta. 5 more minutes, then we try and have a very quick second round. Christophe, there's a question from the audience saying that if we shouldn't focus more on commercial and municipal buildings instead of residential for the commercial and municipal to serve as an example.
For sure. I mean, but we should do both. I mean, it's not the one or the other. It's all of them.
Both of them have the channels.
Yeah. I mean, the complexity of commercial sector and public sector are different, and maybe the approach should be also tailored to these. You're dealing with professionals in that case, or at least people or entities, moral persons that have the capacity to hire skilled people and deal with the complexity. But no, it's not the one or the other. I mean, all of them should be refurbished.
Thank you. Isidoro, speaking about innovative financial ways, because it seems, and this is a question from the audience, what's the importance of that at the present moment? Because right now, we are seeing that big money is coming from Brussels, as they say, are changing the panorama, but in the end, we also see that we need to increase the leverage of that. So it seems the big monies can work to go from 0 to 100 or from 2 to 100, and then we need to have a cruise speed somehow. What's your view on this innovation in the financial sector?
Indeed, I mean, grants, of course, they play an important role to make the economics work for the homeowners. However, this is not the end of the story. In any case, this has to be complemented by third-party financing, either bank financing or a public institution as the IB, but in any case, this has to be complemented. Innovative solutions in the sector, in the industry, they are slowly but step by step developing. So one of the, I mean, some of these solutions have been presented today. And actually, there are others in which we're involved. Energy efficiency mortgages, for instance, is one of them. It is possible for financial institutions to use an existing mortgage to top up this existing mortgage to support and to finance a building renovation of an existing property. There are, however, some difficulties in some member states, in some jurisdiction, because of the restrictions and the capital restriction associated with the changes of an existing property. But there are many ways in which this can work. The overall goal, let's say, is to be able to provide long-term financing. So even if, as Paolo described, we are able to shorten the payback period of some of the energy efficiency measures, it is important to keep in mind that buildings, they have a very long economic and operating life, and investments in buildings, typically they may happen every 15 to 20 years, a deep renovation of a property, I mean. So it's a very long-term investment, and to be able to match this horizon in the investment, it is important to be able to provide a long-term financing. It is a crucial aspect.
Thank you, Isidoro. Paolo, about how to track that, and in relation with energy performance certificates. I mean, this requires monitoring in the process so that, in the situation we are right now, I guess this is difficult because right now it's difficult to make to have some forethought on the price of the energy and so on. So how do you manage that? You need to monitor that, and you need to get into commitments that are transparent and clear.
Related to the on-bill contract.
Yes.
Well, I think the investment has to be structured in a way that combining grants or some other kind of public funding and using private financing such as on-bill contracts for the remaining part, this should be spread on a period of time that, considering the current energy prices, allows the user of the building, which can be the owner or the tenant, to repay without having further energy cost. In that scenario, if the energy costs keep increasing, the savings will be compensated, and also in the opposite case, that the energy prices return to normal, both costs and savings will decrease, so this will be compensated. I think what is important to do is to make sure this private financing is structured in a way that is spread on a sufficient long period of time, considering the buildings have a very lengthy technical lives, if you like, and to make sure that these repayments can be associated to the building, so in this case to the energy meter, and can be transferred between owners in case the building is sold, or tenants if tenants changes. And this should allow for compensating the time and cost effect and managing the risks of default. And I'm happy to hear that the EIB is also interested in this aspect, in integrating this kind of services in banks' portfolio, and looking forward to see the effects.
Mm-hmm. And finally, Guillaume, you presented a number of things, but I'm not sure you presented your insight in the view from the consumers on these type of thing, basically the on-bill financing schemes. Do you think it would be one of the most positive ways because it just goes to the energy bill? I'm thinking now of the individual owners, and not those who are rented, but those who are individual owners, which is a different case from the one you presented.
For the homeowners, we see on-bill schemes. I mentioned it quickly as a good vehicle to bridge the gaps. We do believe and are calling for substantial public subsidies. We know they won't cover 100%, and those on-bill schemes can be the good vehicle to bridge the gap for homeowners. Well, meaning homeowners not purchasing, because at that time a green mortgage might be the proper tool, or a green mortgage at the time of refinancing. So what we have in mind is covering all the trigger points that can exist for homeowners. And so on-bill schemes would be addressing part of the market. No silver bullet, but we definitely see it as an ammunition we need to address the needs.
Well, thank you very much for your input. Thanks all for your patience. We go now to the coffee break. Thank you. And we have three presentations. The second one is collective, but we have three presentations now to define how this works from inside, what the experience is, and how to progress into the future from the experience of the pilots. The first presentation we have is by Vincenzo Bianco on the methodology and tool behind the RenOnBill pilots. Vincenzo Bianco is full professor of energy and thermal sciences at University of Genoa in Italy, where he previously served as associate professor 2014 to 22, assistant professor from 2012 to 14. He carries out research on different topics such as heat transfer, energy efficiency in buildings and industrial processes, energy planning and analysis of energy markets. He cooperates with important world-leading research institutions such as University of California, Riverside and ETH Zurich, where he was visiting researcher. He is author of numerous papers published on world-leading peer-reviewed journals in the area of energy and heat transfer. Vincenzo.
Okay, so thank you very much for the nice introductions, for the kind introduction. And how can I, it goes. No, sorry, yes, okay, so sorry. So in this presentation, I'm going to explain you one of the main outcome of our project, because till now we discussed about the effectiveness or the concept related to on-bill schemes. On the other hand, there is the need to quantify which are the energy savings, which is the financial performance, and obviously which is the amount of money that must be repaid on the bill every month. So I'm going to illustrate which is the methodology we propose to do all this. The presentation will be divided into three parts. The first part will be an introduction, general, the methodology actually that we defined for our tool, which is the approach, which are the possible results, and then some concluding remarks. So, since as it was discussed in the previous section, the two main players related to energy efficiency are utilities from one side and financial institutions from the other side. And so we have two kind of competencies, because from one side, when we talk about utility, we have, let me say, both a technical and financial competence. But when we move to financial institutions, usually we have a deep financial competence, but there is but there is a lack in terms of technical capabilities. So this is, in the literature, this is identified as one of the first gap on the on the lack of investments from financial institutions in the energy efficiency market. Furthermore, our idea is also to switch from a deterministic approach to a probabilistic approach. And later on, I will better explain why this. And furthermore, there is the necessity to bundle investments, to create a panel of investments which can be easily financed, because there is a better critical mass for the financial institutions and for the utilities. So in order to make all this work, it is necessary to have an instrument to make correct evaluations and this instrument must be accessible to both technical and non-technical users. So we imagined which could be the possible steps behind an evaluation. So we have first of all the energy saving analysis, because energy savings are the driver which originates the cash flow from the investment. Then we have the financial analysis to evaluate if the investment is profitable or not, and the interpretation of the results. Interpretation of results that, when we have a probabilistic approach, allows us to estimate the risk connected with the investment. So, currently on the market, we have different tools. Here I highlight some very popular tools like Energy Plus, Transys, Design Builder, or Revit, and the Tabula project. All these tools, especially Energy Plus, Transys, Revit, Design Builder, have a specific focus on the design, on the engineering and architectural design for a specific single intervention, because you need to basically model a, let me say, digital twin of a single specific building. And these are very powerful instruments when you refer to a single specific project. But when you need to evaluate different projects all together with characteristics which are known till a certain extent, because you didn't do a priori as a bank an energy audit of, I don't know, 100, 200 or 300 buildings, but you do it based on the main features. And this concept was recalled in the Tabula tool, which is a tool developed in another European project, a project in the framework of the Intelligent Energy Europe program. And, you know, they included this concept, and they moved from the single specific building approach to buildings category. But the approach proposed in Tabula is still deterministic, and there is no financial part. It's just focused on the energy analysis. So this is the landscape we can find right now on the tools. Obviously, you have many other tools similar to Energy Plus or Transys or Revit. These are the most famous. So the first issue is that these tools require a hard engineering background. These are not accessible to people that has not any kind of technical background. Detailed engineering design, as I told, financial analysis is not included at all. Maybe in some tools like Revit, you can make a cost analysis. You may have a cost estimation of the intervention, but you cannot develop a profitability analysis. And all of them are characterized by deterministic assumptions. Or in some cases, you can consider some volatility of the input. And this is a limitation. Why? Because energy analysis is volatile by definition. And this is well acknowledged in the literature. You can find here, these are some common books. And all of them are focused on the probabilistic analysis, on a statistical analysis. Because you have a lot of uncertain input. You have climatic conditions which are uncertain. You have energy prices which are even more uncertain than climatic conditions. And so when we deal with energy efficiency investments, it's mandatory to deal with volatility, especially when we are making a pre-screening, of the intervention to make when we are not in the design phase, but when we are in the analysis phase, to understand which typology of building should we target, which place should we target, etc. So basically there is a gap in this area, and our aim was to try to cover this gap. So let's move to our approach. So we moved from a deterministic approach where you start in one point and you arrive exactly in another point by making deterministic calculations first. Secondly, in the tool we have reviewed, you have a silos approach. You have the financial analysis, which is a standalone analysis. You have the engineering analysis, which is standalone. And sometimes when people develop risk analysis, is again a standalone analysis. We want to move from this approach to a probabilistic and integrated approach for the analysis of multiple projects. So our results are not a final point, but it's a distribution. It's a statistical distribution with a probability. So the result of our analysis will not be the NPV of this investment is 100, but the result will be the NPV of our investment is 100 with an uncertainties of plus or minus 10, 5, 20, depending on the input. And everything is integrated. We have an engineering analysis integrated with the financial analysis, integrated with a preliminary business plan, integrated with the rating methodology. And so we have a unique platform to combine all these aspects that in general are considered as silos. So the tool is organized in a modular structure. You start from the engineering assessment, because through the engineering assessment you estimate the energy savings, and in energy savings are the driver for the cash flow, and the cash flow is used for the financial analysis. Both of them work in a probabilistic venue, and then we can develop a risk analysis. We can estimate the probability connected to each of the index. We can estimate the risk of losses. Plus, by mixing in engineering indexes, financial indexes, and the risk analysis indexes, we can define a rating to evaluate the commercial attractiveness of the intervention. The rating can be, we propose a methodology, and then can be weighted by each single user. So you can adjust the rating methodology according to your needs. Finally, we determine a preliminary business plan for the investor, and also we determine the amount of money to be paid on the bill every month. So here you can see a kind of a flow of information. So from the engineering analysis, you go to the financial analysis and then commercial rating. In this phase, you determine a probabilistic analysis. We use the Monte Carlo simulations. And here we built a database of course, climatic conditions and thermal features of buildings, and we based our database on the outcomes of the Tabula project. So, in the engineering calculations, the main input are the climatic data, and you can see here which are the main data we require. So our model is data light. We don't require a lot of input. We require very standard input, because data mining is always a problem when you need to develop models. And since we are not dealing with a specific design, but with the evaluation of overall panel of a building, we consider the minimal necessary standard data. Then, how to model the buildings? We based our analysis on the so-called buildings archetypes. In a moment, I will explain you what we mean. And then we can define possible standard interventions of retrofitting that are then evaluated. So, building archetypes, we try to summarize different buildings built in different ages per category. So people, especially non-technical one, can simply sort and choose their building. So they say we have archetypes which are defined per countries. And so you can say, I am evaluating energy efficiency retrofitting of a multi-story building in Spain, and the building is built in the period, I don't know, 70, 85. This is the technical definition of the building, so it's very straightforward and accessible to people with non-technical background. Financial model will need the standard, financial input, and then we can calculate all the standard indexes. Plus, there is also the estimation of non-energy benefits. Maybe if we have time later, we can come back on this concept for a moment. And then the rating simply mixes the different financial and energy performance indexes to provide an overall rating for the investment. So here you can again see kind of flow chart which allow to determine the project rating, and then the business plan and estimation of on-bill components. All the analytical details are available in this publication. We published it on a relevant scientific journal, the Energy Journal, our results. And so if you are interested in the computational details, here you can find everything. This is how the tool appears. So you can see it's very simple. You have different tabs that you have to select. In general, let me say that you move from your left to the right in order to complete the case. The tool is available online. You can access and set up your login, and you can use it and practice with it. So main results of the tool are the energy savings, investment analysis, and also the VAR and the CVAR, which are measures, which are metrics connected to the risk analysis. And so you can make an informed and detailed risk analysis through these measures, which are measures very common in the financial communities, especially in the trading, in the financial trading. So we are in a field which is common for financial institution and well understandable. This is relevant, in my opinion, for the concept of de-risking, which is very well emphasized by the European Commission. And in our opinion, a relevant pillar to support the de-risking is to quantify the risk. Because if you quantify the risk, you can communicate how much is the risk connected with the investment. And this makes more or less confident the financial institutions towards a certain investment. since if the risk level is within their investment policy, they can think to finance. If it's outside their investment policy, the risk is too high for them, they cannot finance. But they can make an informed decision, not a decision based on feelings, as usually happen. So, in conclusion, we can say that the tool was conceived to be used by a broad range of users. We implemented a sophisticated financial and energy analysis because we totally switched from a deterministic to a probabilistic approach. And we attempted to bridge the gap between the existing tools, which are quite fragmented and usually oriented to the detailed engineering design. Instead, our aim was to provide an instrument for the preliminary evaluation of project bundles, which is a phase that comes much in advance with respect to final operating design, which is the last phase that happens before making the interventions. Here we are in a preliminary phase. We need to understand where allocate the CapEx, which investments to do, which investments not to do. After this phase, we can move to the specific definition of each single investment, and then we can design the specific measures. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Vincenzo. If there are questions from the room, please use the codes you can see in there. Thank you. Now we enter a collective presentation on bill schemes by on-bill schemes in the EU put into practice. So we have 3 presentations here. Jose Maria Marcos from FENIA, Rimas Paravicius from Kauno Energia, Lithuania, and Carlo Chitaro from Blue Energy, Italy. Carlo, I don't know if I'm saying your last name right. If not, tell me. So, Jose Maria Marcos holds a bachelor's degree in industrial engineering and a master's degree in the electric power industry by Universidad Pontificia de Comillas, and joined the regulation and innovation team in FENIA in 2021. Sorry. FENIA Energia is one of the 3 utilities participating in the project. Within RenOnBill, FENIA is in charge of carrying out a pilot aiming to offer domestic customers the possibility to perform energy retrofitting interventions which go beyond the mere replacement of old equipment. Our second presenter. Okay, Jose Maria, I pass the floor to you, and then I introduce the other presenters right away. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for your introduction, Emilio. So yeah, here is our experience with the on-bill schemes as part of FENIA Energia. So first of all, I'll talk about our motivation for getting into on-bill schemes. So FENIA Energia is a utility founded by FENIE, which is the National Federation of Installers in Spain. And in our business model, the installers act both as salespeople and also as the shareholders for the company. And so one of the key aspects, or one of the key aspects of FENI as a utility is that we try to make our clients participate in the energy transition, and we make them participate in the energy transition by both offering them green energy, so that is energy with a certificate of zero emissions, and also we try to do so by offering our clients energy saving measures. And well, is this precise aspect of offering our clients energy saving measures, that is our core motivation for the RenOnBill project, that is making the renovations affordable for everyone, or for the majority of our clients. And now onto the business model that we want to implement for the RenOnBill scheme. FENI, we have already a lot of experience working financing energy renovations with our own funds, but for the RenOnBill scheme we wanted to try out external financing, and this is because with the RenOnBill scheme we want to scale it up as much as we can. So this is only possible by using external financing. So when trying an RenOnBill scheme, what we wanted to do was to try it first with a pilot test. So the first part for implementing a pilot test is to identify the target for that pilot test. So first of all, we had to identify the type of building that we wanted to renovate. So in this, so for the type of building that we want to renovate, we have to look at, first of all, well, the age of the building. Secondly, the location of the building. No? So if it's in a cold area or in a warmer area, and well, the building performance. So if it's like if it's only a tad inefficient, or if it's very inefficient, no? Like the energy category. And also we had to look at the market segments, so look at our clients and see what type of ownership do they have in their buildings. So we have to look at if they are single family homes, or if they are like dwellings in a building, no? Like apartments. And finally, we have to look at the demographics of who is the people that would be interested in getting this kind of renovations. And we identified two types of potential clients, that they would be like young people, like between their mid-20s and their 40s, that live in ancient neighborhoods, so neighborhoods with buildings that are very old. And we also identified a second group that was like older people, or not older, but senior people, so people in their 60s or older, and that live well in their home that they have been living in for the past years. And we also had to look at the measures, or the what did we want to change for the renovations. And we are releasing a aerothermics product, so heat pumps for both heating and cooling, and also for domestic hot water. And we decided that it would be good to profit from the pilot for the RenOnBill scheme, for also trying out the aerothermics. And also in Spain, there is the current legislation makes it so that whenever you are performing exhaustive renovations, you have to also include some sort of solar power. So if you are spending more than X amount of money, like in the renovations, you also have to invest in solar power. So as we were already including the heat pumps for domestic hot water, we decided to use PV power instead of solar thermal. And with all of this, we went into the like after identifying all these aspects, so like the type of buildings, the demographics, and what did we want to install, we also had to look for within our client database where would we put the pilot. And we identified 2 potential pilots that would be in Madrid. So these are for the younger people that we talked about earlier, in the district of Embajadores, in the center of Madrid, and with very old buildings. And on the other side, we identified in Valencia, in Rocafort, which is a village in the outskirts of Valencia, in a neighborhood called Santa Barbara, with a population older, like above their 40s, and the buildings date from the 70s. And after identifying these 2 potential pilots, we had to get the budget for the renovations that we wanted to perform. So in here we had to identify our partners in order to get the necessary information from them and the agreements on the collaboration with them. So we identified technology providers that we had already worked with, also energy service companies for big projects, then financial institutions for financing, and lastly our own network of installation technicians for the installation of the components themselves. So with all of this, we could use the tool that Vincenzo just showed you, the ERB tool for both the potential pilots in Madrid and Valencia. And firstly, we made a first part, which was by only performing the substitution of the boiler for the heat pumps. And then because we have to, by law, we have to also include the PV panels, how much value we earned from the installation of the PV panels. And then, well, we did like a first case with for both cases, just the heat pumps, and also for the other case with the heat pumps and the PV panels. We did one that was with no loan, so financing with our own funds. Then our preferred business model, which is with the external financing. And then with external financing, but maybe changing the amount of years to pay back, or maybe changing the interest rate from the financial institution, and so on. And so with this, we identified for both potential pilots the feasible cases. So those are the cases that give a return in like a profit. And thing is, what we found out was that actually installing the PV panels didn't really add value, so it was more profitable to just install the heat pumps. But, well, we have to by law, so we had to go along with it. And with the cases that we identified, we performed an implementation plan and way to pilot the renovation program. So we crafted a Gantt chart for the correct implementation in time of the pilot. Then we performed a risk analysis separate from the financial risk analysis that we did with the ARB tool. So we identified the likelihood of the risk happening and how the consequence would affect the project, and we devised a way to prevent that risk from happening, and also what to do, contingency plans in case the risk finally happened. And lastly, we created a plan to evaluate in the field, once the proper installations were performed, to evaluate the performance of the pilots. So we devised the KPIs that we wanted to examine. These are both environmental and also economical. And we set a list of milestones that we wanted to achieve to to confirm that the pilot was indeed performing correctly, or as we expected. And with all of this, we also performed with the IRB tool that I showed you. The analysis was like for each and every, like for every individual dwelling, but we also performed a P&L analysis for the pilot as a whole. So we studied this. Small, so like in the beginning, we don't really have that many clients, no, because the marketing and the word of mouth, like from talking from one neighbor to the other, that goes slowly. So we started assuming that we would have, for example, in Valencia, 0.5 of the population of the neighborhood in the project, and then we would be scaling up. And well, we looked at when would be the first positive cash flow, when would be the break-even point, so some set of indicators that would tell us if the pilot was successful or not. And what we found out is that, well, we would get a good return of investment after the whole pilot test. And well, as we talked earlier, thing with renovation measures is that it's normally a lengthy process. So hence why it's so many years. And well, thing was that when we were about to implement the pilot test and start running the pilot test, we switched the platform for payments or for billing. So with that, we had to postpone the implementation of the pilot because I'm sorry, there was a learning curve, like for the billing, the people that use the billing platform, not only from switching from one platform to the other, but also including this kind of product that we were planning to launch. So we decided to hold on that and delay the launching of the pilot test. But that's mostly our experience with the RenOnBill schemes, and I hope you liked it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose Maria. Very good presentation. Only one thing I didn't like much is that above 40, that you consider that to be old, but that comes in time, so no problem. Now our second presenter is Reimas Paravicius. He has been working at AB K1 Energia since 2009 and is currently the Deputy Chief Commercial Officer. He is responsible for billing, debt department, consumer services, and sales. He holds a master's degree in electrical engineering, electrical actuators and industrial automation from Kaunas University of Technology in Lithuania. Thank you. Oh, why? There you go. Easy. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for introduction. I represent a company from Kaunas region in Lithuania. Actually, our company is a district heat supplier. Of course, everyone knows what does district heat means. At the moment, we supply heat for Kaunas region and small town about 80 kilometers to the west from Kaunas. In the beginning of this century, our company was using gas for producing heat. And about 2010, It was very high prices for gas. And as a result, our heat price was rising up. A peak was in 2012, but starting 2012, Kauno Energia began investing in biofuels equipment and wanted to replace all the gas boilers and conventional production methods. At the moment, our heat is about 90% green because we use mostly renewables, mostly wooden chips. What happened when we started use those biofuels? We managed to decrease CO2 emissions and cost of heat. Starting 2013, 2015, our end consumers had a very good comfort zone because prices for heat was lowest in the country. What is interesting about this result, at that moment, interest for renovation decreased almost to the minimum. You know, because heat is cheap, no willingness to renovate. Why we thinking about start a pilot project? Because we have ideal project base. We have large database about all the buildings in the region. It is necessary for our billing system. And of course, we have payment history of our end users. In Kaunas region, we count more than 2,000 buildings built before 1992. Usually, those buildings have very low energy class index, C, and sometimes even lower. Those buildings have absolutely old heat substations and inner piping for heat supply and hot water. Of course, when we supply heat to those buildings, we know how this equipment, I mean inner equipment of condos must work. And at that time, Kauno Energia has sufficient funds to finance pilot project. When we start discuss with the residents of multi-apartment buildings about the renovation, we find that on-bill schemes sounds for them very attractive, but almost in many cases they know almost nothing. And at that case, they act very, very suspicious. Government in Lithuania supports deep renovation mostly. Because if you implement deep renovation, you can reach best savings, maybe up to 50% of heat supply. But because we are not construction company, but heat supplier, we decide to go into the area we have sufficient know-how. We know how must heat substantial work. We know how must be inner piping balanced, etc. What we seek? Because of few circumstances, our sales of heat was decreasing and not very much, but permanently. So we seek for additional revenues, we seek for additional business niche, and at the same moment, we want to improve our image. We want to state the company as a green. We want to secure our consumers' loyalty. Of course, talking about the on-bill schemes, we see some challenges. In the last years, our company, through subsidiary firm, realized a few small renovation projects. Technically and financially, it was quite a successful project, but was far away from on-bill schemes. Why? Because we have a deal with the community as one legal person. If we would like to enter on-bill pilot project, we have to deal with the every owner of the apartment. And so sometimes we have to talk to 30, 40, even 50 or 60 apartment owners. As I said before, we would like to educate and give much more information about possibility of on-bill schemes. And the decision for renovation usually is very slow and quite complicated, because regarding Lithuanian civil code, decision must be made by a qualified majority. It means more than 50%. When installing last renovation projects, we realized that we need much better designers for inner heating projects and technicians for that as well. But mostly important are financial challenges. There is absolutely clear that without state compensation, very seldom communities are willing to renovate. Until now, Lithuanian government offered about 30% financial support for deep renovation, and key factor for success, in my opinion, would be if on-bill schemes could be incorporated, totally incorporated in state renovation system. That could guarantee very big success. And one of the negative circumstances is quite high inflation rate. And in case companies as ours wants to start even pilot project, it must seek at least 10 or 12% rate of return. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Rimas. The last speaker of this block is Carlo Guitaro. Carlo is the Sales and Projects Director of Blue Energy, assisting the technical branch of the Blue Energy Group, where he follows the sales programs and the 110 projects, focusing on the development of the new green heating technologies and the reduction of consumption. Before joining Blue Energy, Carlo was involved in the automotive industry, specialized in the environmental sector manufacturing, where he covered the role of the sales director for 13 years, looking to export the recycling technology applied in the vehicles in order to save water and energy consumption. Carlo?
Yes, hello, good morning to everybody. Sorry if I could not be with you, but due to some circumstance, I was stopped here in Italy. So thank you very much for the presentation. So we can start. I introduce myself, I'm Carlo Kitter. I'm here in Blue Energy since 1 year, and we take care on this project on RenOnBill. So we'll start again. So we start. So Blue Energy is a very family, we could say family company. Blue Energy Group is a multi-utility which deals with the sales of natural gas and electricity in northern Italy, and the sales of additional services to the commodity. Because Blue Energy, Blue Energy Group, it's composed by a series of companies, technical companies that will support the gas and sales with commodities. Blue Energy is mainly present in Friuli, Venezia Giulia, Lombardy, and Piedmont, and serve residential, business, and condominium markets. This is our targets. Currently, the group of Blue Energy has a customer base of approximately more than 250,000 to 260,000 gas and electricity users, especially in the northern Italy area, with 55 branches, 5 operation offices in the main places of the north: Udine, Trieste, Milan, Pordenone, and also the technical in Codroipo. And our staff is around 265, 270 people. So Blue Energy Group start with Gianfranco Curti, the founder, in the 70s. And so from the 70s up to today, with a series of acquisition of other companies, technical companies, ESCO company, we arrived in the 2021, 2022, that Blue Energy now is one of the main players in the market in the northern part of Italy. So our strategy and our policy is to go with the innovation. We're looking every day what we could innovate in the condominiums, in the residential market, and all that the news from the market that we can take and of course apply to our business. Also, we're looking for the sustainability. We're looking every time for the green, to have green energy, to feel green to everybody. Blue Energy has got a policy that is very transparency. So what we done, we show to everybody. So everybody can look what Blue Energy is doing, not with filters, not with anything, transparently. What actually we are doing in the market, all the people know we are not covering anything. And of course, for us, the correctness is the main part. And the most important. Blue Energy is a very correct company with everybody, from the small to the big customer. Okay, our RenOnBill scheme is it takes care about it's based on the under 10% super bonus model, which cover almost everything and allow for a minimum contribution to be required on bill to the end user. In fact, 2 years ago, we started, the Italian government started with this called super bonus. That was a very good opportunity for everybody to renovate his home, to renovate condominiums in order to reduce the emission and to make a very good efficiency of the old buildings. This result in an increase of the on-bill component, but would not compromise the validity of the business model, which can be adjusted accordingly while maintaining the general structure. Okay, our target market, we've got some criteria to find the market segmentation. Our strategy depends on some aspects. First of one is the financial rating. income of the potential client. Of course, we have to make a check before. Building performance, the level of efficiency. We check with a pre-analysis the efficiency, the actual efficiency of the building, and we check where we can go. Also, the stability and consumption behavior of the client, impacting on the ability to repay undertaking the debt. Very important is also the size and typology of the building. For us, multi-apartment buildings with central heating are the core business. We prefer to work on that ones because the structure is too simple and too quickly to realize everything. So we can make the performance here. Also, the level of the occupancy of the owner of the dwellings. Vast majority, it's ideal for us. Our business model focuses on a specific market segment represented by multi-apartments building with central heating. More or less built between 61 and 75 with very poor energy performance, because in that time the building are not like as usual, of course, with no insulation, very old heat generators, also the pipes, very old pipes made in simple steel, so not efficiency. Also, the communication and marketing strategy will therefore focus on condominium clusters and on those responsible for taking or influencing decisions for the condominiums. Condominium administrators are also our key figures to raise awareness among the owners of the apartments. Of course, our main customers is not the condominium, but is the condominium administrator that, of course, take care all the situation of his condominium. So with these ones, we could find out very quickly where we're going to operate. Okay, Blue Energy also can offer directly to our strategic partners energy audits, remote plant management, heat metering and control system. Everything is designed and realized for central heating solution. Insulation of the external building envelope. This is very important now in order to reduce the emissions. Installation of energy efficient windows and doors. Every of these workmanships are made by us, of course, to reach our goal and to reduce and to improve the efficiency of the buildings. Our strategic partners cover the financial side, banks and funds, and service areas not offered by Blue Energy and are financial institutions and banks. Of course, they have to support us and to support our model to make all the workmanships on the condominiums. We need consultants in order to check if the efficiency is well, not well, and also, of course, to consult step by step in all the operations that we are doing. In-house ESCOs, and also company in the construction sector, of course, and especially companies that do thermal coat, because for the Superbonus 110, the main part is the insulation of the walls, and for this part of work, we have to use construction company of the sector. We find out a few companies that are relied to our main group in order to take under control all the processes from the beginning to the end. And of course, we need technological providers. Okay, we've got different types of incentives in Italy that the Italian government in the last 2 years offered to us in order to have the possibility to make efficiency in the buildings. And these incentives are mainly the Superbonus under 10%. The Superbonus provides incentive for energy and seismic upgrade of residential building, condominiums, and private homes, envisaging a reduction rate under 10% for all the expenses by by June, 30 June 22, or 31 December 23, and 30 June 23 for specific cases. Of course, this super bonus under 10% is divided into 5 years within the maximum limit of predefined deduction values that vary according to the size of building and the type of intervention. Of course, it depends step by step what we are to do, and of course, in the building that we are to operate. For energy requalification measures carried out in the common parts of condominium buildings, we got a standard reduction of 70% for measures affecting at least 25% of the building envelope, and 75% measures aimed at improving winter and summer energy performance and achieve the average quality for the envelope. Of course, other bonus we got is called bonus facciate. From 20 to 21, so at December last year was stopped. This tax credit consists of 90% reductions of all the costs to restore the external facade of the existing building. There are, but this one we got it's a limit. We got some limit with this type of bonus. Another bonus that we'll use in our model is the conto termico 2.0. This conto termico, introduced by the MISO decree, provide incentive for measure to increase energy efficiency and production of thermal energy for renewable sources. The beneficiaries are mainly the public administration, because in Venezuela, of course, was following also the public administrations. Okay. Other thing very, very important for us, they are the key factors to find out the market opportunity and to make an investment in medium or large scale. These are the main factors: strong push by incentive, for example, the under 10% bonus, interest in house renovation, post-social distancing. Owners seek the increase in house values through renovation. Tenants enjoy the tenants will benefit from the support of lower energy bill constructing, rising energy prices. This is very, very, very important. We have to take care about this. Also, financial institution supports the intervention by acquiring the emerging tax credit that can be recovered in just 5 years. Also, market boost for compensation, the intervention, energy supply companies can increase their customer base. Of course, with this last renovation that we done in Italy, especially in the North Italy, we have a very, very, very big increasing of customer, and also a lot of customers now are knocking on our doors in order to check if we can improve also their buildings. All of these factors push towards one-step shop offer of the role of the utilities in the sole interlocutors, taking charge of the complex and technical finance management. Of course, we're taking care of everything from the beginning to the end. We're taking care of all the papers, all that we have to do from the beginning to the end to have the total efficiency of the condominium, from paperwork to construction to construction side. Okay, Blue Energy analyze the panorama of incentives in Italy, and we find out that the super bonus is the one that gives us a credit of 100% for energy efficiency. Works very well in the buildings. We start from our database of customers. So we find out a range from condominium between 60s and 70s, which at least around 20, 25 apartment and central heating solution located in the major northern city of Italy. The super bonus was a very good opportunity because gives at zero cost a final solution to renovate the building to the customer. and cover, but of course, it covers only a specific category of works, like it covers all the heating system and all the insulation system of the walls and on the roof all the, of the building. This superbonus make as possible eligible energy renovation project to receive a tax credit equivalent to the under 10% of eligible undertaking energy renovation cost. This means that in principle there will be not need to finance the efficiency work by the home owners, and therefore the on-bill component will be superfluous. Reasons, Blue Energy view that is still room for tailing on-bill program because in the short term, a niche of this market is made of clients who would undertake renovation works away and simply take the advantage of the current tax incentive. In fact, the under 10% credit does not mean all works are free. No, of course. Because like we spoke before, the renovation, the under 10% cover not all the work that we have to done on the building. It covers also only the heating, the heating system and the insulation of the wall. All the rest of workmanships that the owners of the houses, of the condominiums want to done, it's at their expense. But a portion of these part of expensive can be built on the bill, so can be repaid in 10 years, because Blue Energy make the financing of this part. In the midterm, it's very likely that the under 10% energy renovation scheme and other tax benefit schemes, like 90% facade, like the 50% renovation works, will be unified into a unique scheme around 70–75%, because the Italian governments want to take out the 110% at the end of 2023 and go ahead with other few years with the tax around 70–75%. But this for sure will not stop our work of efficiency of the condominium of houses. Our standard offer is based in a very simple steps. Blue Energy has emphasized its standard offer, including insulation investment of the common parts of the building, so insulation of the walls and on the roof, applying a thermal insulation or coating, and the central heat generator system renovation. These can achieve the performance required, that is the 20% asked to be able to go into this under 10% or other bonus deduction. Increase the comfort and the value of your home, start consuming less today and save money. This is what Blue Energy save to all of our customers, because with this type of renovation, we of course have got benefits for the rest of the life of your building. Everything at a pseudo cost of zero for the owner, because everything will be repaid by the bonus, the super bonus or the other type of bonus. And of course, the remaining part will be covered by Blue Energy and put on the bill. Every month, the owner of the house will have to pay a small on his bill. So this is a very good thing for the people, because they like it here in Italy. Okay, actually, these are the numbers that we are covering. We've got project under study for 22–25 million. We have just deliberated projects that are waiting to start around 25 million, just deliberated. So in order ready to start, we've got from 40 to 40.6 million projects in progress. And for the moment, we just completed a 6.2 million of projects. So that it means that around 10, 15 condominiums as just ready with insulation, new heat generators, and everything completed. Of course, not only completed the building parts, but also all the documentation is completed. So all the owners can have their benefits. The scale of our program in the medium term is to intervene on more or less around 100 condominiums. Our model supply an initial cash flow paying by other parties like banks, like institutes. Then we collect all the paperwork and receive the credit generation as payback. The tax credit is sold another time to some other banks or institute. This mechanism of tax credit generation allows to start generating tax credit from 30% project. So at the first step, we calculate that we could have back the 30%. Of course, we pay all the companies working on the condominium, like the construction companies, at the first step, because we find out 3 steps: 30, 60, and 19%. These are for us the main 3 steps, where at the end we will add to the 90% another 10% step in order to reach the 100%. And in these 3, 4 steps, we just start to have the credit generations. And these are key factors that determine the size of the program. Of course, timely completion of the programs. So we have a very, very small, a reducted scale, a reducted calendar to complete all the projects. The clarification of the current gray areas in the legislation. In particular, there are interpretive doubts on the timing and deadlines to be met in order to obtain the incentive, and extension of the tax incentive in the coming years. Of course, all of these parts are very important from us, because we could not start today a condominium if we just know that we will not be possible to finish until 2023, because of course we'll create an amount to pay to the final owner, but would be not good for him. So we try to have everything in the expected times. For RenOnBill, our Pirandello project was the pilot. The Pirandello project, in brief, it's a project started in the 18, based on a formal incentive scheme. Originally, RenOnBill program were not taken into our consideration, but during the next year, 29 and 2020, the intervention was carried out. The 100% scheme, under 10% scheme was applied to this very big building. It was started in the 19 and we finished in 2020. It was completed and accurate, done everything, all in the parts. Was made a total installation of all the facades, was made a new heating generator, and in the 2021, the works were totally closed. Several interventions, notably in the under 10% project, have been made in the common parts of the organical carpet, and will be part of RenOnBill components. Okay, our project was this. It was started, very old building, totally renovated, and this is the new facades and how it looks like today. Okay, I think it's some product. It's missing some parts of the presentation.
Thank you, Carlo. Still, you are missing some slides?
Yeah. Wait a second. No, okay, it's finished.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carlo. Now we pass, after this block of 3 practical experiences on the pilots, we pass to an intervention by Lucas Draverty from the BPIE. Lucas, as policy assistant, monitors and reports on European legislation, assists with drafting documents for meetings with partners, and contributes to other BPIE activities with a focus on the Brussels community. As a recent graduate from the College of Europe, he has a track record as an intern in various public institutions and non-governmental organizations in the field of politics, international relations, and foreign trade. He already worked for the Slovak National Council, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovakia, and the Slovak Investment and Trade Development Agency. His intervention is on regulatory recommendations on the way forward. Lucas.
Hello. Kind introduction. Thanks for the invitation as well. The last time I could take part in such a nice offline meeting was in the previous decade, so it's really cool to be back. Okay, great. So I will try to zoom out a bit from the examples which we heard about Italy, about Spain or Lithuania, back to the European landscape and member states. As Christoph very well said, there is a lot of instruments which the Commission offers to member states, which could serve as carrots but also sticks, how to deal with different actors on the markets, with banks, with homeowners or energy companies. So I will present to you very shortly short research which we did with our colleagues in BPIE. We tried to find 4 barriers which are there for renovations, for RenOnBills as well. Well, first we have low demand. How can I use the laser? The red. Okay, great. So we have low demand for energy renovations, which is, as we know, it's a common issue. We know it. The second would be energy efficiency versus profits of energy providers. So the dilemma which many energy companies face. The third would be low attractiveness of commercial loans, so why banks are not interested in renovations. And the fourth, lack of efficient on-bill financing. So let's start with the first one, low demand for energy renovations. Well, it's nothing new for anyone in this room that renovations don't go as fast as they could. There was also the communication from the Commission on renovations. There is this idea to raise at least to 2% per year of. As we know, there are many reasons. One of them is also the split incentive between homeowners and those who rent, as Guillaume mentioned as well. Again, there are homeowners who don't want to invest because they think that they will not use the benefits. They are not the primary beneficiaries. And then you have renters who don't want to invest into something which doesn't belong to them naturally. With this, the Commission comes with an interesting solution. As Thibaut mentioned before me, there's this idea of minimum energy performance standards, or MEPs, in the current recast of Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, EPBD. For those of you who read the directive, it's the most controversial issue. There are a lot of proponents, there are a lot of people who are against it. Well, in short, what it means, it basically takes entire groups of buildings, energy groups, and it gives them a deadline until when they need to upgrade to a higher energy class. So as we know, for residence buildings, so for buildings which are primary users of RenOnBills, this is the first deadline is 2030, where the G buildings, so the worst performing buildings, need to go to at least F level. The second deadline, 2033, one from F until E at least. Well, what could these MEPs do? First of all, they could easily breach this dilemma of split incentives they will constrain every single owner to renovate their flat or house, which is low energy efficient, if they like it or not, to put it blindly. On the other side, this could really help to spur renovations dramatically compared to nowadays. And also it could help a lot to RenOnBill efficiency as well in the future. So the first step is to really support maps. As was mentioned by Thibaut, this is currently how EPBD is in the parliament and in the council. So there's high risk that member states could water it down to lower ambition. So what we can do is only to check it and somehow support it to just keep it on the current level of ambition, if not even higher. Let's go to the second point, which is the dilemma which now many energy producers or distributors face. On one hand, they are requested to support energy efficiency, which on the other hand will lead naturally to lower incomes. And no business wants to decrease its own incomes, which is completely natural view or idea. Well, in this case, the Commission again gives another stick to member states, which is the so-called Energy Efficiency Obligation Scheme, which is already there in the Energy Efficiency Directive. What this scheme does, it gives the member states rule or option to choose certain energy providers and to require them to apply or invest in energy efficiency solutions in low-income families. Why is this interesting for member states? Well, it can help them to share their own burden, because every single saving which is done by these energy companies contributes to national energy savings, which are required from the Commission from every single member state. On the other hand, there's also something for energy companies, because every company is then, to some extent, allowed to raise its energy prices for other customers. So on one hand, they will contribute to energy efficiency. On the other hand, they will not lose their profits, which doesn't need to be as good for normal customers who will need to pay more for energy prices. So it's still a pretty controversial instrument. Still, especially for RenOnBills, it can be the most interesting one, because you directly require utilities to invest in renovations and in various solutions, and RenOnBills can be a very nice idea for them how to use it. The third one looks at the banks and financial institutions. Again, nothing new for anyone in this room. We know that for banks, renovations are not really profitable in their view. It's not an interesting investment opportunity, as well as it's quite risky for them to provide loans to low-income families. So here we come with two possible solutions. Again, the first one is inspired by the current EPBD request, which is currently in the Parliament and the Council, the so-called mortgage portfolio standard. It's a completely new idea in the EPBD. For those of you who haven't heard about this, in general, it's something which is inspired by the principle which is currently there for automotive producers today. So as you know, companies like Volkswagen, BMW, and so on, they have this requirement for the Commission to ensure that all their car fleet has certain threshold of emissions, that they cannot produce more emissions than it's required. Well, that's very similar, which is now Commission requesting from the banks. So now the banks have to look at their mortgage portfolio, so all mortgages which they offer to their customers, to all buildings which are mortgaged, and check what is their energy group level. And the idea is to require banks to have, on average, certain energy level of buildings of their portfolio, let's say D or E. There are two ways how to assure it. The first one is like low-hanging fruit, so to give mortgages for renovations to high energy efficient buildings, which on the other hand, it's true that they belong to richer people or to higher middle class. On the other hand, there are not many buildings which are energy efficient, as we know. The majority are not as efficient or respectively really low energy efficient. And this is the second step, which banks will need to start to do, because this low-hanging fruit will run out at some point, and then they will start to come to customers of these G, F, and E buildings and help them and give them money to invest and to raise their own energy performance of their buildings for their own sake of the bank to improve their portfolio standard. Again, very nice idea for the relationship between RenOnBills and between banks, which is one of possible source of financing. The second idea how to actually help de-risk investments. As we know, banks don't like to give loans to low-income families because of high risk of default. So in this case, we propose establishing public guarantee funds, which are basically funds created by the state. They could be financed either by ETS revenues or different green bonds or taxes, environmental taxes. What these funds would do, they would, in the case when a customer would default on his or her loan for renovation, the state could intervene and repay the rest of the debt. There's nothing theoretical, it's already running, actually even in Brussels. We know that there is a fund which actually equals to 2% of the total amount of loans approved, and it's actually working now. It can really help to de-risk loans to low-income families, which, as we know, usually inhabit the worst performing buildings. And if you want to really go from down, and to focus on G and F buildings, which either way will be targeted by MEPs, which as we saw, we really need to de-risk these investments, and we can help these people by establishing public guarantee funds. Lastly, we have the lack of efficient on-bill financing. So in other words, we can already have money there, but they're not always efficiently spent for energy efficiency. Here we come with two solutions. The first one is to apply energy savings metrics. So we offer that every single European project which is funded from EU money should request member states to come with these metrics, which will actually measure how much energy efficiency was saved or achieved from €1 spent. So this way we could also compare different types of projects on energy efficiency, and let's say after 5 years we could see which one is really most efficient or most effective on €1 spent. The second solution is to link subsidies to the depth of renovations. This is something which was done in Estonia, and actually how it would work is that the person who wants to renovate would pledge how much energy savings it will achieve, and the more energy savings it pledges, either the larger subsidy it gets from the state or the better interest rates it gets from the bank. Already in Estonia, we could see that this progressive financing achieved much better energy savings than standard financing without any view on how much is pledged of energy savings. So the last slide, just to somehow summarize. So we propose 6 different solutions. So we have MEPs, we have energy efficiency obligation schemes, the stronger as they are currently, public guarantee funds, mortgage portfolio standards, energy savings metrics, and linking subsidies to depth of renovations. Maybe this could be a nice inspiration for the panel which we could go now, how you see all of these possible solutions. Thanks so very much, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks a lot, Lucas. We have already introduced 4 of the 5 persons who are going to be at the panel discussion. The person we are missing is Joost de Klerk from Belfius Bank. Joost, since 2014, is active as energy efficiency promoter in Belfius Bank towards the public, social profit, and corporate clients. His tasks include developing alternative financing products for energy efficiency investments and setting up and implementing with the European Investment Bank the Private Finance for Energy Efficiency program in Belgium. This program helps Belfius customers to finance energy efficiency investments via attractive funding and European Investment Bank portfolio guarantee. Belfius developed a specific ESCO financing approach. District heating is one of the important axes to develop in Belgium. So I'm going to call to the chairs, Jose Maria Marcos, Rimas Paravicius, Carlo Kitaro we have online, Joost de Klerk, and Vincenzo Bianco. Okay, so now we are in the way down of our session. we should enjoy this last part because we have lunch and networking after the conclusion by David Perez. But in this discussion, we've seen three very different types of utilities, actually very, very different, with very different backgrounds. So I think the discussion can be interesting. I'm going to start with Vincenzo, because I mean, it's extremely convincing with what you've shown us. But at the same time, when you speak about volatility, I think that would be a word we can really use now, because when you did want to predict, and even though it is not a deterministic approach, but you're using a probabilistic approach, but what are the probabilities of the price of energy to go up? Or you may say that those are very clear, but they may go down, or they may be faked some way. Or how does this tool face that? Is that a weakness, or the tool considers the instrument has that well taken into account, even though there is low, very poor statistical data in a moment when prices are doubling?
Yeah, you are touching, let me say, the hot topic of the moment, because you are referring to the energy price, which is obviously an aspect. What we can consider into the tool is to associate to, for example, the yearly forecasted price of natural gas a certain level of uncertainty. And so let me say, the baseline scenario that we can imagine for the natural gas price forecast will not be associated to one single value, but per each year you have a distribution of prices. So you have the average price is 50 with an uncertainty of plus or minus 25%. Now, prices is very specific right now, but what I want to emphasize is that you have such a level of uncertainty also, for example, for the thermal feature of the buildings, the U values as they are known in the literature, because you just have an estimation. You don't measure which is the thermal feature of the wall of a building. And so this has a certain level of uncertainties. In fact, another issue well raised by the European Commission is the difference in the performance, in the energy efficiency performance of a project when you make the computation and when you measure the saving. And here energy prices are not considered at all, and yet you find the difference. Why? Because you made a deterministic assumption on values that you know only at a certain extent. So obviously with a probabilistic approach, you will not solve the problem of forecasting energy prices, because actually, I mean, it's kind of unpredictable. There are unpredictable events, as the terrifying events that we are experiencing right now. That was totally unpredictable, and so you can't by definition. But you can associate probabilities, so you can take more informed decisions. More informed does not mean that you can predict the future, because then it would be too much easy for everybody.
Thank you, Vincenzo. Jose Maria, you've been describing, I know the situation in Spain pretty well, interventions in the range of, I think it was in Madrid, between 25,000 and 36 or 37,000 euros, fairly complete, and so on. And So I think that agrees with what we have right now, but we are seeing, I guess your numbers will be different today, because I don't know when you did that, but yesterday I was sent a the payback of a hybrid panel, photovoltaic and thermal, which was 7 months. So I had never seen this in my life. I saw it yesterday. And that was because the price of natural gas was 80 cents or whatever. So I guess that would change dramatically right now, because I had the impression that it was done. So how do you see that?
Yeah, so yeah, it's one of the issues with this type of unbill schemes, that we actually have to take into account the bill neutrality. So note that before the renovations, or after the renovations, to keep the level of the amount to pay at the end of the month at the bill, to keep it the same. So what we are having now is that with these prices, that it's not only that they are high, which they are, and if we were to set it now and they kept the same, yeah, the repayment, the time to pay back the investment would be much shorter than what we have anticipated. But the thing is, can we say now that these prices will be like keep in time, or will remain the same for a long time? Or will we have to recalculate, if we were to implement now an unbill scheme, would we have to recalculate the amount to pay month by month? So
you should use your tool to reduce the risk in the evaluation, of course. But I guess the final solution has a lot to do with the type of contract, because you really need to see how that evolves, and that so that is clear.
Yeah, and well, also maybe this is a bit unprecedented, but because what Vincenzo said was that you could estimate like an amount plus or less 25%, but right now it's 300%. So how do you account?
Not less, plus, not
yeah.
only plus, I guess. On the other side, we have the experience. Rimas told us in a case where renovation becomes very little attractive because of the low cost of the energy. In the case when you change from gas to biomass and so on, and but do your clients isn't health an issue? Because I mean, when you actually provide more heat, and that's okay, but if the quality of the envelopes of the homes is a problem, isn't health an issue for the
You're right. Quality of envelopes of the buildings are very huge problem, but at the same time, it's a very expensive problem. Very expensive problem. We count that to change to renovate envelope with a good quality, you need not less than €1 million, not less than €1 million for 50-60 apartment building.
That is 20,000 maybe, €20,000 per apartment.
Yeah, and when you offer a small-scale renovation, it's much lower. It could be up to 120,000, maybe up to 150,000. Of course, the savings are lower. The savings are lower, but let's think who lives in those old buildings. Students, tenants, and old people with a low income. They choose better small-scale renovation, better than nothing. Better than nothing. Of course, we offer an additional measures. Always we could install, for example, sophisticated controller for heat regulation, for heat substation regulation, or individual heat meters with remote data reading, but those measures not always give savings and are quite expensive at the same time. So I think that small-scale renovation should be in the list.
Mm-hmm. But in any case, you would need support.
Exactly.
From the public. Because we see the case we were hearing from Carlo. Carlo, when you were doing a presentation, I was asking myself all the time the question you later on answered. If we had 110%, why do we need the on-bill scheme? Because we have everything we need, don't we? I was wondering whether this situation could not lead to something that goes further, such as positive buildings or something like that. Because as apparently there is more financial ways than needed, because the 10% covers transaction cost and so on, and you have the 100% for the renovation, which is a big renovation and so on. Couldn't we go further? Because maybe that would be one way, wouldn't it?
Yes, the 110% called super bonus was a very, very attractive thing here in Italy. It was made by the government at the beginning, was to restart the Italian economy, because all the construction segment was stopped and a lot of what is turning around this sector was stopped. So with this new bonus, everything restart. So by the way, what is interesting, because not so interesting, because all the private people, the owners of the houses, think that everything is for free. But it's not like this, because a lot of parts of the buildings are not covered, are not covered by the under 10%. The only thing that they are covered is the principals are the heating systems and the thermal insulation. This, of course, is covered 100%. But we have to check step by step what is happening, because the apartment, the flats have got maximum. We can spend with a maximal spend of it. So if you are going up the spend, the owner have to pay it. So at the beginning, under 10% is very, very, very nice. But at the end, when we check everything, it's not all for free. So we have to take care and to pay a lot of attention. When we are proposing it, all the people seeing so very beautiful, nice, but looking in deep is not like this. So on that way, the much part that is not covered by the 100% is possible to put on the bill. So in that way, we could make all the total investment.
Okay, I'm not sure what are these parts that are not covered, because in theory they should be.
There are a lot of workmanships in the building, like there are workmanships, they are not going on the 100%, they are workmanship going under the 50%. So the people, the government pay 50% and the other part is paying by the private owner. Like, for example, when we're talking about the terrace, about other workmanship, also all the spends that the construction company has, for example, to take out all the ruins, to demolitions, all these parts are not covered on the 100% on the super bonus. They are paid at maximum at 50%. So all this workmanship, the people, the owner had to pay it, had to pay for it.
But you are speaking of measures that do not have an energy effect, right? Demolition, for instance, is, or yes, maintenance, this type of thing.
These are not covered on 100%. The under 10% covered all the parts where we could have energy efficiency. And the big parts are insulation and heating systems.
Okay, thank you. Just, as you have not intervened, I think I would like to ask you to tell us your position in the development of building renovation. You are the only bank in this table, but you're playing a public role of, you know, very deep in your country, as I understand, from the past till now. So could you tell us, please, your approach into this and in relation to on-bill schemes?
Yes, well, I don't think that the situation in Belgium is much different from in other countries. We have rather old buildings, so there's a lot of potential of retrofitting. I'm working here in Belfius Bank. We are 100% state-owned, all-around bank. Money is almost free in Belgium. We have given mortgages for the last 2 years, up to 25 years at 1.5%. And what we see is that even if the cost of money is 0, that's not a driver for the residential people to choose for the energetic retrofit. So I think a finding solution is only part of a global solution. I heard Christophe said we have to go to an integrated solution, and that's certainly what we have to do. Of course, banks are looking a little bit, it's a little bit complex when we see these on-bill schemes, because we think of our security, the mortgage security, that can be in danger when there are other types of other kind of securities that are coming. So for us, it's a little bit double. But I am believing in this solution. But again, it should be part of a global solution, and we certainly need a very big role of the government in incentive schemes. We don't have a super bonus in Belgium or in Flanders or in the Walloon region. We need the government for guarantee schemes, but we certainly need the government to help the people that cannot afford. In Belgium, they say that 40% of the families cannot afford to pay back the energetic retrofit. So public resources are limited, and we really have to put these public resources in helping the people that cannot afford.
Thank you very much. The view of the money almost free and not being enough is very conclusive. The building renovation needs a total transition, and that requires some economic fuel from the governments, definitely. In Spain, we have now, we are going to get 80% of the cost of the renovation, or up to 19,000 or 21,000 per dwelling. So it is, that is big money from the recovery funds. We're still waiting from the regions to issue the calls. Some of them have done it already. But that could make the change, and I think if that was the case in Lithuania, do you think, Rimas, that would make the change if you had like 20,000 per dwelling for doing the renovation?
It could work. It could work for sure.
I think it is a good investment. Jose Maria, because when we speak about RenOnBill, there's usually a limit. If you are speaking of renovations of 30,000 euros, doesn't that exceed the typical, because if you want to put that in the bill, you need many years for that, right?
Yeah.
So
It's usually quite a lengthy process.
Well, you need less now with the high prices,
yeah.
but in any case.
Yeah. So yeah, what you just talk about, like the money being given by the the grants being given by the government, that should reduce. Like if we are talking 20,000 per building, now the total amount gets reduced by more than half. So that's definitely one way to encourage more homeowners to participate in renovation measures.
Is in your plans of your company to do it? Because you were telling us that you had some difficulties because you changed the billing system and so on, and we know that's...
in our mind to do it, but not right now, and maybe we could also wait until the energy market gets more stable.
Okay. Thank you. Quick answers now, Vincenzo. One question. I mean, having a look at your tool, your financial analysis tool. I think that can be used for no matter what financing system, right? Because that's the last module, and you do all the prior analysis, and it is open source, and that's very good news for all the projects that are into this. So is that correct? It can be used by other...
Yes, you can use and modify, provided that people has the IT capability to program, etc. It's totally free, so you can modify. And yes, you can use for any kind of evaluation, not necessarily connected to on-bill schemes. We have a module into the tool where you can calculate the on-bill component according to the investment you make, and so the monthly on-bill component can be estimated. But in case you are not implementing such a scheme, you just skip this part, and you can make all your evaluation. So it's flexible from this point of view.
Okay. Just one last question. How do you see, because we are in a transition moment, and in many cases, as we can see, the subsidies are very high and so on, but they should, in theory, stop in some years. Maybe in some other cases, it would not stop. Maybe in Italy, it would go on, whatever. But how do you see a free market for this in a moment, in the future, or not even? You think it should be subsidized all the time?
Well, it's not necessary. I know well the PV market, the financing of the PV market in Belgium, and what we see that nowadays third parties can propose third-party investments for solar panels. Residential people don't have to invest. That's thanks, of course, to the reduction of the price by 1 to 10 compared to 2008, 2009. So let's say maybe the rise of the energy prices is a good thing, because it's a good thing, of course. It's not a good thing for people that cannot reimburse, but it's a good thing for the retrofit, because the payback period is lowering, of course, and maybe energy prices were too low to convince people to handle. So let's hope that in a few years it will be the evolution like we had in the solar panels, reduction of the capex, and maybe energy prices that remain rather high, so that the business, the economic project is better than it is now.
Thank you very much. I think that in the end, the dependence could make the difference, because I'm personally working in some projects with a positive energy balance And if you get to the point, you really don't depend. So I think that would be an important message for the citizen. If you can reduce dependence, because Jose Maria was saying that in your case, photovoltaic, whatever, heat pumps are a better solution. And we see that that is in the European policy, heat pumps, heat pumps, heat pumps. And I'm not sure that that's the best solution, because that reduces a bit the dependency, but not dramatically, I would say. And so.
In my opinion, the savings are like considerable enough to like actually being worth the investment. But
they are worth the investment, but that is changing a lot, and the best way would be not to depend on on the utilities, wouldn't it? Because now we reach a point when this is, we have heard it here, it's contradictory, because you are paying or financing someone to spend less of what you sell them. So it's like strange. But in the end, the orientation would be, okay, if you go to the end and you reduce your dependency to 0, and that can be done, of course, maybe with a higher cost, but okay, well, thank you very much to the speakers and the panelists in this discussion. So I think I'm going to pass the word to David, who was at the origin, sorry. Yeah. David, so present coordinator.
Hello. All right. So, Emilio, thank you very much. And that was it. I mean, this kind of a strange feeling. We've been months, the last 2 or 3 months, preparing this, organizing this conference, and now all of a sudden, bam, it's gone, and everything takes part of the past. So thank you very much to all the speakers, and thank you very much also to all the attendants, also those attending online. We have heard about barriers, about problems, but also about solutions. We should keep in mind that the important part is not the RenOnBill project, not even the on-bill schemes, but the energy renovations, and to curb down the CO2 emissions. This is an important goal, and all of us have a role in this. The academia or the analysis are making the work. This project is part of that, investigating, thinking, researching which are the problems and which could be the solutions. The official bodies, including the Commission, I don't know if still around, of course, they have also a very important role defining the policies, especially the member states, which governments have to put in place the right instruments, the correct instruments to support the market. And last, not least, very relevant, all the private players, private funding, I mean companies, utilities, ESCOs, they should make their bets, make their investments, and make this market for energy renovation to kick off and to thrive. RenOnBill was meant to be, I wouldn't say the starting point for all this, but at least we hope that the project has contributed to this goal, and hope to see you all in the next RenOnBill project. Thank you.